Okoh Hospital in Igembe Central said 70 young mothers was writing the Kipsea papers. Dr. Wachira added that out of all deliveries at the facility last month, 49% were below 19 years, faced by an overwhelming number of teenage mothers and those carrying pregnancies. The hospital and its partners formed a support group to cater for the girls' various needs, including education on reproductive health and coping. Dr. Wachira urged parents, clergy, teachers and other stakeholders to come together and address the growing rates of teenage pregnancies in different parts of the country. A section of Mount Kenya legislators have told of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua for lamenting that he does not have strong political foot soldiers in the region. On Saturday, Gachagua credited the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga's enduring legacy to the strength of his party ODM and the caliber of its legislators like Millie Odhiambo of Suba North, whom he said protected Raila for 30 years. Your leader is in trouble, Gachagua told Mount Kenya residents, saying they've given him weak leaders. On Sunday, Mount Kenya legislators led by National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah said Gachagua is a bitter man because he voted to impeach him last year.
Wakiambaa wakaangalia wakaona Kawanjiku hata akiwa mtoto wa single mother, hata ukimdharau namna gani, wakaona he is among the best of their children in Kiambaa na wakachagua yeye. Wacha hasira, wacha chuki.
Sisi hatutawatukana, sisi tunamjua Mungu.
Deputy President former akiwa ulienda nyumbani, let go of bitterness, let go of pain. And I want to address the former Deputy President Honorable Rigathi Gachagua and just tell you, allow us to work for our people. Siasa ni mwaka ujao, tukutane kwa barabara.
Energy and Petroleum CS OPO&I has issued a stern warning to vandals of electricity infrastructure, speaking in Sirisia and Kandui constituencies, Bungoma County. Wandai said culprits will be prosecuted and could face fines of up to 5 million shillings or imprisonment of up to 10 years or both for the economic sabotage caused by their actions. Wandai urged residents to safeguard electricity installations in their communities and promptly report any suspicious activity or vandalism to authorities. He said 1.8 billion shillings was allocated in the last financial year for rural electrification program in Bungoma County. In the UK, police have confirmed that a 32-year-old man is the only suspect after multiple people were stabbed on a train. A railway staff member remains in a life-threatening condition following the attack on a train from Doncaster to London King's Cross, which stopped in Huntington, Cambridgeshire on Saturday. A 35-year-old man who was arrested at the scene has been released with no further action after it was reported in good faith that he'd been involved in the attack. Officers later confirmed this was not the case. 11 people were treated in hospital after the attack. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you. You saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why don't tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed.
We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed
members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. Broadcasting world.
Hey, good morning. First of all, this is not my chair, and I feel weird. You know how? Yeah, it's not my chair.
Okay.
So I'm about to stand up. Good morning.
You're about to say something. You know how?
Yes, finish that statement. Usidhani tunaacha hii story. Finish.
There's a story how a guy went for surgery, and I think he was getting an organ replaced. He didn't know what was. Anyway, he woke up at the. I don't know. He woke up at the end of the surgery, and he said, "This is not mine. Something is not right here. Something doesn't fit." That's how I feel about the chair right now. I should have sat on it earlier. Okay, anyway, never mind me. Good morning. How are you, Dennis Aseto? We've moved.
Did he finally accept that the organ? He'll have to adapt.
I don't know what happened to him.
The most important thing is the organ functioning.
Yeah.
It's not yours, but is it working?
This one is not working for me.
Okay.
This chair.
But is it working?
The chair. Well, it's working for somebody. It's not working for me, that's for sure.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good.
Yes, Salama? I saw you dancing somewhere on Friday.
Me?
You.
Where?
I don't know where you are, but I saw you dancing.
Me dance?
That's the import of this sentence, this statement.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
This weekend was long.
Clearly, you can't remember what happened Friday night.
It was a long Friday night.
Okay. You're well, though?
I'm well.
Mr. Okari. Mimi niko salama.
That red looks fire.
Asante sana. Good morning, Mr.
I'm
Okari.
good. How are you? Good morning.
I'm all right. Thank you very much. How was the weekend?
Weekend was great. Fantastic.
You behaved yourself?
I did.
Very good.
Well, I tried.
You tried to behave?
Yeah.
Okay. We will not ask for X-Files.
The weekend was good. I was expecting more rains and more rains.
Yeah. So they told
happen.
us...
this November thing is not going to work.
The rain.
But it flooded in many other parts of the country, unfortunately.
It did. It's been raining all over. Nairobi would not be used as a measure for whether it's raining in the country or not, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Because I get number one, it's higher. Up, higher, lower. What is it? Anyway, higher.
Many lives lost.
True, unfortunately. Many lives
and
lost.
every year, this is what we tend to see. Yeah.
Some people are happy that the crops receive the needed irrigation and that a harvest, if you're whispering, you know we can hear you in the microphone. Actually, we can. Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you when you whisper in the microphone. We can actually hear. It happens.
It's power of communication, people. Yeah.
Look at you. You're blushing. Why are you blushing?
What's that? Neni na mimi.
If you eat, good morning. You're fine? Who is that smiling next to you? It's the Christine who was here whispering. You can't see, don't worry.
One person is missing.
Evie looks like a princess.
Yep.
It's the tiara, almost headband. Okay. One person is missing. Who is missing? Joylene ako wapi? Ba. Amechujwa na kina hivi.
Gari lienda sangapi?
Amechujwa na kina hivi.
Gari lienda sangapi?
Haikuenda, that's the problem. Why? Transport challenges. Lakini this one we shall revisit. Sindio?
We shall overcome.
Must revisit.
Glad that everybody's doing okay. It's already, like a joke, it's already the 3rd of November. Ama?
Yes, it is.
It's the 3rd of November. While we were away, we got into a new month, and it's the penultimate month of the year. Don't know what penultimate means? Go and talk to a guy called Webster or Oxford. And here we are this morning. We're going to have conversations. We'll let you know what they are. Welcome. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It's the Situation Room. Dennis, and Indu with you this morning. Evie and Christine turning the wheels of steel back there, getting it done. And always good to have you guys here as we have these conversations. Let's tell you what we'll get into this morning. Yes, our live streams are up. Bonyeza on. So we are moving. I love that word, Bonyeza. And our audience on KTN here this morning and getting into things today. Sawa. Let us let you know what we'll be discussing this morning, even as we do. Yes, that is on Facebook, YouTube, and on X as well. I know that there's an issue with that 96.0. It's an issue, a technical one that's taken a long time to then be able to sort out. But from what we are told, it's actually being worked on. Sawa. All right. So what we'll be discussing today, let me tell you in just 1 minute. We'll have a conversation. Your friend, Nancy Gathongo, Dennis Okari,
yes,
continues to release report after report. And the reports that she's been releasing from the 2022, 2023, 2024 period talks about huge amounts of money. Now, when you're unable to explain or you don't give proper documentation, that money then is seen as missing, unrecoverable, or unaccounted for. So there are billions, in the hundreds of billions, that are unaccounted for. Yep. And there are also projects that have huge holes of billions that need to be filled. So we're going to be looking into that. The Gathongo files, we'll be looking into that at 7 o'clock, of course, with your added participation. In terms of this money that's missing, why is it still missing? And what can it actually do had it been recovered or not been spent in the way in which it was? That's the conversation that we will have at 7 o'clock. And then Dr. Martin Olo and Dr. Peter Mbai will join us at 8. It's a Siasa Fiesta. We'll be looking into party allegiances and endorsements. We'll talk about, all right, so what's going on? Everybody seems to be, here, there, or everywhere. Don't say this, say this. Don't behave this way, behave this way. The party is strong, the party is not strong. We are forced to be reckoned with. We are pulling our contender for the by-elections. He's not broad. Hey, there's no party. There's broad-based. There's no broad-based.
It's until 2027.
Germany.
It is beyond 2027.
Confusing us. Yeah, we're getting whiplash.
Politics.
But we're still getting whiplash, and whiplash is not fun.
Sorry?
Whiplash. It's not fun.
Okay.
Yeah. So just decide. Tell us. Because the more you do that, the more you convince Kenyans that this is actually not about them.
Yeah.
But it's about you. Abi?
Dr. Kenneth Ombongi is the Associate Dean, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences at the University of Nairobi. He's a historian who tells a very pretty story. When you listen to him, it's just pure magic in what he's able to do. In terms of the wealth of knowledge and understanding about the region, he's got quite some of it. And he'll join us at 9 o'clock as we look at what's going on in the Sudan. Guys, it is an unfolding genocide. It is not something that, like we said last week, it's not something that we can ignore. There are people who are dying by the hundreds of thousands, and they have been for the last 12 months or so. And like I said, it makes the Rwanda genocide of 1994 look like child's play in terms of what's going on. So this is a conversation that we will have, and we'll have it regularly. And we'll start it today with Dr. Ombongi. Sudan in flames, civil war or genocide. We'll talk about that at 9 o'clock. So those are the conversations that we have today. Hang on, it's going to be a fun ride, guys. Seatbelt up, because we're getting into Kenya's biggest conversation right about now. Mr. Aseto, where are you taking us this week?
Leo, to Mauritania.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, so official name, Islamic Republic of Mauritania, right?
Now, it's a northwestern Africa bordered by Western Sahara to the north, Algeria northeast, Mali east and southeast, and Senegal to the south, and the Atlantic Ocean. Now, the area is about 1,030,000 square kilometers and a population of 4.9 million people. That is half the population that is Nairobi today, right? So let's go to the proverb that we get from the beautiful people of Mauritania. The camel does not see the crookedness of its own neck. The camel does not see the crookedness of its own neck. Okari, how would you interpret that?
It's easy to see other people's mistakes than your own. And a lot of times you will always blame other people for your misfortunes, but more often than not, you just need to check yourself. Like there's a verse that talks about you see the log in your speck in your brother's eye, but you don't see the log in yours. So you always, the people always see imperfections in other people. They see failures in other people. They see what needs to be fixed in other people. But a lot of times they don't see a reflection of themselves. Like, it's your perspective that sometimes could be an issue. And so, because the camel can't see its own neck, it can always assume when it's looking at others, oh, yours is crooked.
The other camel.
Yes, that's how I'll interpret it.
I guess it's a log for me, a log and the speck. You know, you can talk about how folks are one way or another without actually looking at what it looks like, what you look like. That is so daunting. You know, I imagine a camel and it's just this huge beast. And you want to talk about, you know, somebody else who looks a certain way and your thing is just so big for everybody to see. They just don't talk about it.
Yep.
That's what it would look like for me.
Yeah. I look at it from the other perspective, in the sense that if people would manage to just look at themselves, fix your problem, fix the issues that you have, perhaps the world will be a better place.
Indeed. Work on yourself.
Work on yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
Tutaangalia the daktaris. Today we have all doctors. How they would interpret.
All the doctors will tell us, from Dr. Olo to Dr. Mbai to Dr. Mbongi. Well, me, when I become doctor, I'm telling you, I don't see any of you calling me Ndu. Anyhow, just be,
professor.
Let's even
will
start
we
with,
sleep?
You won't. I say you people will sleep standing with your eyes open. After sufferation, you must call me doctor. What do you mean? Hey, all right.
You know your initials will be interesting.
Dr. N.O.
Yeah.
Dr. No.
No, Professor.
Professor No.
No.
It's coming, you guys. It's coming.
It is, manifest it.
When you hear me say I'm inside the duvet, where do you think I'm going? Let's look into the headlines. This morning. Kai. Which kind of blasphemous error is that? Hey, God in
That's an abomination.
I'm telling you. In my language, we'll say Oyagami.
You are ready to go today. New week, new month. Let's go to the headlines.
Hey, I'm very sorry, God.
We call it penultimate month.
Penultimate month of the year. Imagine. Sorry. Somebody has done something with these chairs, you guys. In fact, that's it. Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Don't even tell me about school. You read that nursery rhyme? Huh? Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Cindy, when the bears came back from the forest, then they said, somebody has been sleeping in my bed. Somebody has been sitting in my chair. Somebody has been... In fact, that's how I'm feeling with the chairs this morning.
I think whatever I'm sitting on is your chair.
It must be you in my chair.
Yes, this one.
So you are the Goldilocks.
Can I leave you to sort out this issue of who is sitting on whose chair? I feel like a third wheel. I'm listening to this. Who took my chair? Oh, I'm sitting on my chair.
It's okay.
Like, can you see you know Goldilocks?
No.
You're lying. Who doesn't? Salome. You know Goldilocks and the Three Bears. See how you people are trying to make me look like I don't know.
Did you just compare me to the Somite for Ikianza? Hawa anasoma transition ya CBC.
Wow. Sorry. Don't be angry.
Sorry.
No vex, I beg. Acha tusalimie watu.
Mzee Kalulu. Mzee Kalulu.
Mzee Okari.
Mzee Kalulu.
You know you're younger than you try to think you are. Don Saba meanwhile is greeting you and he says, ask Okari and Aseto, where is the AU?
Ethiopia.
Thank you. My dear, because how we want to take is there AU? Why AU? With all the happenings in Tanzania, it should be disbanded as fast as possible. Everybody goes home.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, they congratulated Suluhu, right?
They did. The AUC chairperson congratulated her very well. He did.
For winning
the election.
98%.
I think the best person to respond to Don Saba today would be Traore of Burkina Faso.
Sindio? All right. He asks, how are you? Now you knows where the AU is. Aguto Gembo says, good morning, Team Spice. Good morning to you. Peter Kiari is tuned in this morning from Mombasa and says, no matter how educated, talented, or rich you are, how you treat people ultimately tells all. Kabisa. I'm telling you. I love it. Can I just talk? So my dad was electrical and electronic engineer, right? And he laid the network for Nigeria's telecommunications platform. He was renowned. I mean, traveled the world, people would, whatever. But you would find my father sitting down, talking to people passing by, selling groundnuts. Sitting, having a conversation with the security guard. It didn't matter who you were. That he would sit in the boardrooms of the world, but he would talk to and respect anybody. I learned such a lesson from that. So, Peter, thank you for that reminder this morning. How you treat people ultimately is everything about you. Rose Grace says, good morning, Ndu Aseto and Okari. Blessed week ahead. Mepokea. Robert Mbogo says, good morning from Mombasa. Pan-African Kenyan says, good morning from Nairobi. Daudi Lubale says, good morning. Because some words you guys I don't know in Kiswahili, then if I start reading them, I may be insulting somebody.
Just read.
No. Is it okay?
We'll tell you.
After it's already out.
Just read.
Good morning, Spice FM. Na wababa na vijana nendeni mkaoe. Hata kama amna kazi na pesa kaoeni.
Men and boys just go marry even if you don't have money.
Yes, the president said that you people are wasting people's time.
Yes.
Don't be wasting people's time. Don't be telling somebody that you like her. Oh, I want to pick this flower. The flower is very beautiful, this, that. Then you keep her waiting. Never. He was attending I was going to say funeral. He was attending the wedding service of the senator for Trans Nzoia. Yes. And he said, you see, people, they decide, they marry. All of you young men here who are just misbehaving, wasting people's time, stop it.
No, it's the economy.
So it's his fault.
Taxes go juu.
Ni chumi.
Acha kuwaste time ya wasichana ya watu. Sindio?
Unajua msichana ya watu pia inafaa kuwekwa shana shai.
Touche. Sir George Gashiri says, good morning. I hope you all had a wonderful weekend. Then you say we did. Yes. Let the show begin and wishing you all a great Monday. Asante sana. Good morning, Spices. Tanzania's election was so efficient. Votes were counted before they were cast. I'm telling you. Even the ballot papers were like, why bother? We already know the winner. Izakale, good morning. Josh Willie says, good morning. All have a blessed month and let's pray for our neighbor Tanzania to have peace. Edwin Kahura is tuned in this morning. Joe Mungai says, Gachagua has evolved to Kurabandika. He wants to be given lawyers as his MPs. Okay. Essence almost says, good morning, guys. Listening from Limuru Road. Enjoy your day. You are educating people a lot. Asante sana. Zach OK says, good morning. Happy Monday from 10,000 Lake State. That's Michigan. We have an added hour earlier courtesy of the fall season. Yes, and it's getting kind of crispy, isn't it? Tembe and Bosaya says, good morning from Louisville, Kentucky. Mashari and Jero is tuning from Portland, Oregon. I love that the diaspora audience up and still, having that conversation with us, even as you're on Sunday nights. Jennifer Otenyi says, good morning. Happy New Month, Spice family. Thank you, Jennifer. Pan-African Kenyan says, okay, you're talking to each other. Eric O'War says, good morning, guys. Jack Bila says, good morning. Wishing our neighbors in TZ well this morning. Good morning, Spice FM. I pray this new month unfolds beautifully for us all, says Sheila Masasabi. Good morning to you. Sarah Kalonzo is tuned in this morning. Let's pray for Tanzania. Things are not good at all. Indeed. My prince says, good morning, everybody. From now on, you will see projects being commissioned. You will see and feel like the plan is being implemented. This is the campaign. It begins.
The better.
I know. Agola says, bonjour to happy November, people. Good morning, sister. Good to have you in the room. Bwangi Juma is tuned in. Brian Otieno, you said that AU is not fit for purpose. Bwangi is asking how we all this morning. We are fine, thank you so much. Agola also saw you dancing. Kimathi McConnell says, Wagwan Spice, revolutionary journalist, big up. Let's show some solidarity for our African family in Jamaica. The storm literally mashed up the southern part of the island. Yeah, that was so difficult to see the pictures of what Melissa did. These chicks, man.
She came, man.
Hey, proper.
She ravaged proper.
Jogu Monica says, good morning. Kwani kazi ya AU ni nini? Hiyo ni swali. Look at Tanzania, Sudan. Ai bwana. Also, kuapishwa huko kwa base camp. Okay. Sawa. Isakale, we see you. Tibbs Muge says, good morning, Team Spice. Congratulations to the Kenyan runners in the New York Marathon. Dangote has exceeded fuel output. The boy is doing some proper business, isn't he? First African to have hit the $30 billion mark as an entrepreneur. Almost got coins. Robinson, yes, I wish it was me who went onto the mast and actually brought down the signal, but it's difficult for me to explain. But technically, me, wallahi, I swear it wasn't me. But it's being worked on, that we know. Bonnie Gatobu says, good morning, tuned in from Meru. Stanley Ngashe says it's a new week, new month. Shall we? Let's do it. Nyanyi Haoni. Now, this one, I'm not sure if I should read it.
Kundule.
Yeah.
What? Kundule?
It's a problem.
Rogers Lai says, Salam alaikum, salam alaikum, alaikum salam. Stella Ndinda says, good morning, and then it's times 2. Mbona haujui Goldilocks? Exactly, Sheila. Why don't you know Goldilocks, Dennis Okari?
Tulisoma mzee Kalulu.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo Goldilocks, but yeah, I also know my poems in like the traditional, like Nkechi under the Udala tree. Nkechi under the Udala tree. Anyways, another story. Look how Aseto is looking at me. So it's not only Goldilocks. I also know this other one as well. Do you understand? Under the anyway. Good. I hear Idi Amin Dada is in Malindi. Ooh-wee. We see you, soldier boy. Thomas Omosa says, good morning, waiting for the big conversation. Abdul Kadir Hawadle says, why? Where is AU, ECOWAS, IGAD, SADC silent about Sudan? What is the main function of these organizations? Those are some of the questions that we will be asking at 9 o'clock when we talk with Dr. Mbongi, because honestly speaking, what are we looking at here? When the regional or RECs, as we call them, that have a duty when it comes to structure, are quiet when there is a conflict, one must ask about their role or their job.
You know, it's interesting how you'd find bodies that make up the African Union have to be democratically elected governments, you know what I mean? So you look at countries that have been taken over through coups do not belong in AU. But then again, what happens when a clear democratic process has not taken place in a country? What's the position of AU, IGAD, and ECOWAS on such?
These are clubs that are just meant purely for self-preservation. Nothing much.
It's true.
Just go ask any ordinary person. What do you think AU has done for you, really? The East Africa Parliament, where we are spending our taxpayers' money and the other countries are not paying. So why do we have it in the first place? I mean, we're kidding ourselves. There is nothing like the East African spirit.
There isn't.
It's never been. It's never existed. Well, it's a good thing that we talk about it. We even have a passport that allows us then to go within these countries, but it's just on paper. In reality, we're not there yet. But from the happenings, personally, I strongly believe we will not see it in our generation.
No,
we will not. It will be this next one
that will make
we'll be able to see it,
because you talk about IALA and the headquarters is in Tanzania, and even that body itself has not said anything, yet it says it represents the citizens of the East African
What will it say though?
I mean,
what will it say? They know what happened.
Thank you.
31 million people voted there. 31
So we're told.
Yeah.
All right, the last of these greetings this morning. Aswan Omondi says, good morning, watching from Nakuru, Tanzania at Crossroads. Let's pray for them. Happy new month. Freezer says, good morning, Spice family. Starting the month, thankful, always grateful with your detailed updates. Thanks to Double D and Andrew. Blessed week ahead. Victor from Dubai. Thank you so much, Victor, for joining us this morning. Ephraim Kanene says, good morning from Doha. Fares Philippe says, good morning. Ali Sule seems to be a bit upset this morning. Mugera Bosco is tuned in. A Ugandan listening in from Los Angeles in California. Asanteni, thank you so much. David Mangera says, good morning, Team Spice. Nyakundi Emmanuel also saying good morning and have a blessed week ahead. Thanks for everybody who tunes in every day as we get into this conversation. We know that more will stream into the room as we continue to talk. Let's talk and be part of this conversation together, shall we? Now, let's look into the headlines. Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Tanzania massacre. That's what's on the front page. And unfortunately, we exist in a space where we have to see these horrible pictures again. The journalist who had been abducted in Kenya, her name is, I can never say her name properly, Chai, was giving numbers of about 1,000 people dead in Tanzania. Over the last couple of days, from Thursday till today, the number that they're looking at is 1,000. It's already being called a massacre. If Mwalimu Julius Nyerere were to return to the nation he built on the ideals of African unity, he would be horrified. As Tanzania's first female president fought to secure her own mandate, blood flowed across the land. Cut off from the world during and after polling, Tanzanians endured what rights groups now describe as a bloodbath that was hidden behind an official blackout, but laid bare through reports shared with their Kenyan counterparts. Doesn't look pretty. This is a stain on anything, no matter how thin you slice it, no matter which way you want to look at it, it does not look good at all. The people of Tanzania came out into the street, arguably for the first time since Nyerere times, and said, we're not going to take this anymore. It was an outward expression of what folks like Tundu Lissu had been saying for the longest time. So this is a tough one to watch, and it will be interesting to see. A lot of responsibility lies on the shoulders of the likes of Jakaya Kikwete, who personally fought for the structure that was at the time to agree for Samia Suluhu to then take over as president when Magufuli died. The story in there is very interesting because we also know that Julius Nyerere had said, let us always involve Zanzibar. We will say that a president comes from the mainland, a vice president is a Zanzibari. And that they can also forward members of parliament that will be part of Bunge in the mainland. But then what happened when Magufuli died is that you had a Zanzibari vice president and you had Magufuli as a mainland president. She, according to the constitution, should have been the president. But remember, she's Zanzibari. So Kikwete had to come in and negotiate thoroughly, which he did. And that's how they said, okay, fine, let her be president. And they went along with that. The intrigues of the inner workings of this whole political system within is the basis for a lot of what we see today. And will that be sorted out? One would hope. We'll continue to look into that. And looking into other stories, KCSE candidates begin written exams today. We know that the practicals had started before amid tight security. And so that begins today. We're going to take a moment to wish them the very best with what they've been able to learn over the last many years of school, because this is a consolidation of all of it. Debate sparked by Raila shapes Pinlua Festival. Okay. Vihiga family blames county for 5-year burial standoff. They've not been able to bury their loved one for 5 years. And you wonder, my goodness, this is where we still are? Yes, it is. Looking into other headlines, again, there is it. Tanzania AU Commission accused of applauding carnage. We did see that chairperson's remark. And another story, Tanzania hit by more protest deaths and riots. Still not looking too good right now. Just looking at some other stories, I guess we'll go into them as we then all pick one to then be able to discuss a little bit more. Mudslides rekindle memories of tragedies that have rocked El Gale. Unfortunately, that mudslide that we saw a couple of days ago, my goodness, crazy. State to roll out psychosocial support for landslide victims.
Ndonga Farm not yet available for IDPs despite Ruto's directive. Tunangoja. That's a question. Total ordered to pay businessman 138 million shillings over loss. And vandalism of power facilities hurts growth. One day once. Yes, it does actually. It does. And we've seen people arrested and charged in court over vandalism of pylons, for example. But is that enough? Those are some of the questions that we're asking. So those are some of the headlines today in Kenya's Bold newspaper. Want to look into some of those stories?
Yes. Let's go into stories that we have. And I think we just start with the big story in Kenya's Bold newspaper, which would be on pages 4 and 5. So Tanzania polls, AU Commission accused of uploading carnage. Why exactly is that? Now, the streets of Tanzania's major towns, including the capital, Dar es Salaam, have for the last few days been stained with blood and littered with bodies in what the country's deadliest election since independence. Now, investigations by the Standard has unearthed graphic footage and images verified by international human rights organizations capturing the horror of the crackdown. They show victims with various degrees of injuries inflicted by security forces who fired live rounds into unarmed demonstrators aiming for the head and chest, clearly not to disperse or immobilize, but to kill. Videos are civilians wailing as they try to resuscitate those shot while draping the bodies of the dead with the national flag show the horror that visited the country once touted as the bastion of stability in the region. Media reports also point to the involvement of foreign operatives in the killings, though the Standard is yet to verify the claims. And as Tanzania banned, President Samia Suluhu pulled the curtain shut, effectively cutting off the rest of the world from horror as her countrymen were slaughtered in broad daylight. Now, the lockdown, the internet was throttled for days as foreign journalists were given marching orders and domestic reporters warned against inciting panic. For 5 days since the country went to the polls, the internet is yet to be fully restored, with Tanzania's Foreign Minister Mahmoud Thabit Kombo defending the shutdown as a plan to stop vandalism. He said, shutting down the internet and locking down the country so you can kill the people who supposedly voted for you is diabolical. Observers Tito Magoti, an international human rights lawyer based in Dar es Salaam, said. So that's where we are in Tanzania. So it is a situation where I was actually watching yesterday, and you look at citizens crying how people have been shot. They are outside their houses just bleeding because they fear going to hospitals. Because what is happening is there are reports that even security forces are going to hospitals to pick the bodies. Where they're going, nobody knows. There's fear that those who've been shot, that they would also be picked up by security agencies. So people opt to just stay at home, and that has seen numbers, unreported numbers as well, continue to go up. So what you're getting as official numbers are not the official numbers because people are still at home.
I'm going to go to the Rex because these bodies, this is why they've been pulled. This is why they exist in the first place. This is one of the reasons why they exist. And then also with the African Union, that the African Union did not call out this bloodshed that we are seeing on the people of Tanzania. Didn't call it out, but congratulated the president on her win. There's a problem. There's a fundamental problem with that. And I have said for the longest time, I think I even did a paper on it during one of my, that the AU, unfortunately, is the master of puppetry on the African continent. That what are we really looking at here? If the people of the continent will not be protected or united by this commission, whose mandate... It's in the thing, unity. It's in the freedom. It's in the name. It's in the name of this thing in the beginning. That there was no statement, that there was nothing, no word about that tells a lot about what we are dealing with. The EAC, nada. SADC, for whom Tanzania is a member of, nothing. The
IGAD.
And we're just looking at this thing erupting.
And unfortunately, that's what we do. We did it with Rwanda. We're doing it with Sudan. We're doing it with Tanzania. We're just looking at the thing.
Did it with Kenya.
Yeah, just looking at it erupt and just looking at it get worse and worse. Daniel, what is it? What is it?
I mean, I'm looking at it from a point of, you want to be the president of this great country, right? That has been built on a foundation of unity, of people coming together, you know? And you seek to be a president of this country at whatever cost. Even if people die, you still want to be the president. But who exactly do you want to lead? People who've said no to you? Is it really worth it? Because that's exactly what the people have said. Like, the elections were not free and fair, and would not want to be party to that. We want a free and fair election based on what the people said. And one would argue, assuming even if it's 31 million people who voted, fine. But the people who are on the streets and who are speaking to you are telling you something. It would be prudent that you listen to them. Killing them will not make it any easier for you.
No, it might sound insulting, and you know, with the acceptance that I will get backlash, we have a problem.
We do.
We have a problem that people will be not dropping by themselves, but be dropping off the face of the earth like flies because of bullets and tear gas and canisters. 1,000 people in 4 days is not a joke. Thursday, Friday, Saturdays, it's not a joke. 1,000 people in 4 days is not funny at all. And that they've all died at the hand of one source. Okay, so maybe they're 800. Okay, so maybe they're 750. Come on. Maybe it's one. It tells a story of how far we truly are from a place whereby the people's voice matters. We are very, very far. Very far from a place, this democracy that we tout and faff about all over the place, shouting, yeah, the people's rule, constitutionalism, I don't know, blah, 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 rubbish. We are very far from that place. That 60 years ago, we were butchering people, and we are still doing it today. And then we talk about, we want to get to somewhere.
Singapore.
Nothing. Treat people right first. You see that thing that Peter Kiari said?
Yeah.
It's for people, it's for communities, it's for governments. It's for people, strong men and women, whatever you want to call them. It's for them. How you treat people says a lot about you. We are very, very far.
You know, I believe it's a very sad situation. It's so depressing, actually, that we will not get the correct figures, not anytime soon, by the way. These are just estimates. I believe they're more than that. I was looking at some videos of young boys who have been shot. And you're thinking of the age bracket. And I think what we are looking at here, even as the government is trying to downplay the scale of violence and I heard one of the foreign minister, Mahmoud Kombo, playing it down and, you know, describing the violence as just a few isolated pockets of incidents here and there, nothing much to report about. And I think as we look at history and we think about freedom fighters, we are looking at another cycle, and there's something happening here. And if you look at history, every country that has fought for their freedom, they are fighting the colonialists, whether it's the British, the Portuguese, the Americans, whoever it is. Now, that dispensation shifted. What you're looking at here, and when you look at Tanzania, and all these images and the pictures we've been seeing, and those who've been in hospital injured, are pretty much very young people. These are our modern day freedom fighters, and I think we are actually alive to witness something that you just can't sweep under, because you've been announced president, yes. You've got a whole military behind you, yes. You've got the whole police behind you, yes. You've got the judiciary behind you, yes. You've got the whole parliament behind you, yes. But who are you leading? Let's not kid ourselves. You will not pass through it will not be normal again for Samia Suluhu. No matter how she pretends that you are the head of state, you know deep down that you're not in control. And so this conversation is actually shifting to modern day freedom fighters. Unfortunately, blood will be shed. There are people who will die because there are generations then in between that failed this current generation. Look at where we are as a country. Universities are shutting down.
Yep, they are.
Yeah.
You're looking at young people who you can clearly tell there's so much confusion. You can't tell what the future then looks like. How do you secure the future of these young people to get jobs, to get opportunities to do business in a very good environment? And you're just globetrotting and just going around and you're thinking you're actually in charge.
Yeah.
Whatever is bubbling under, it's going to cause a serious eruption, and we're going to see a revolution. Trust me, I think we're going to see this because these young people are seeing how money is being stolen.
Absolutely.
They can see their elders, what they're doing. They see all these things. And you see, we're all interconnected. So this thing started last year in Kenya. Then all of a sudden, the pockets in Uganda were shut down.
Yeah.
But the assumption is, I'll send the military, have been announced now, 2-3 days, this is what's going to happen. We're joking.
And you know when you talk about what is happening in Tanzania, if you're sitting in Kenya, you'd assume it doesn't affect me. But remember, because of how the borders are open and how Kenyans can easily go there, we have our brothers and sisters in those countries who are really affected. There's a classmate of mine from KMC who was shot in her bathroom. She was shot at in her bathroom. Yeah, she actually was telling us in our group yesterday, it is God that she survived it. Here she has, I can show you this bullet. Here it is. So it is the ambassador, the Kenyan ambassador, who she communicated with the embassy. The ambassador went, picked her up, went to the embassy, and then she was repatriated back home. So this is how real it is. This is how close our home it is. So we can't afford to sit and not talk about it, because in one way or the other, we are interconnected. I have a friend in Tanzania who right now she's had to move away from Dar es Salaam to go away because Dar es Salaam is up in flames. So
what we're looking at and what we're witnessing, and I keep saying that you can a pressure cooker, it will boil and it will simmer and you will think that everything is okay. At some point, you must release the pressure. If you do not, the entire thing is going to blow up, and the damage that it will cause thereafter is you cannot put it together. It is immeasurable, and it is irreconcilable, unfortunately, the damage that will be done if you don't release the pressure, if you don't do something about it. Unfortunately, Tanzania, even with the many people who have died and the protests that continue, is another example of just how far away we are from this thing. But you're right, Okari. It cannot be ignored if you choose to ignore it to your own detriment. Because the bubbling under that is going on at the moment is like the pressure cooker. At some point, it is going to come out. And the way in which it will come out, you will wish that when you started to hear and feel the heat from the boil, that you did something about it.
And see, the worst thing is this. So there's a spillover of refugees that are coming from Sudan into Kenya. Last week we were talking about 300,000. The number over this weekend, I was being told, is beyond what we're actually reporting. So this is another country. So you're thinking there's a conflict going on in another country, of course perpetuated by circumstances around what we all know. Then you're assuming, then you're seeing what's happening in Uganda. It's bubbling under. This has happened in Tanzania. Kenya is going into an election in 2027. There's a common thread. There is, these people have galvanized themselves around these clubs, the IGAD, the AUs. And these young people are saying, look, can congratulate each other. It's not going to be business as usual.
It will not.
In the next 2-3 years, it will not be the same. There's a shift. And you spill blood, the blood of young people, of your own children. Just for power, just to rule, just to govern. To what end? Look at the streets. To what end?
The blood on the streets. There are people on the streets. I mean, look at the front page of the Standard this morning. But you know what, Dennis, it is the same thread of evil that does this to children, that does this to young people, that does this to young men and women. It is the same thread that allows you to take a bundle of money and weigh it on a scale for people to see where they don't have food. It is the same thread of evil. It is not necessarily you with a gun shooting protesters in the street. It is a similar thread. And unfortunately, it runs through the fabric of societies that are not forward thinking when it comes to their people. Same thread that allows you to do that allows you to take money essentially that would be feeding children, or take money that would be educating children, or feeding your or treating your sick, or building your roads. It is the same thread. So we can say, well, we are not shooting protesters in the street. Okay, that's fine, but you're taking money out of children's mouths. We can go to Nigeria where you're saying, okay, but we are not shooting people today. But what are we doing? We're ensuring that people remain in poverty in a country that is so resource rich. So it doesn't matter where you look. And I'm telling you, you're right. This thing is bubbling. Whether you're in Nigeria, whether you're in Cameroon, whether you're in Cote d'Ivoire, whether you're in South Africa, whether you're in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Sudan, somebody who is thinking progressively and in this space where they're imagining, look at the things that we are doing to people on this continent. The one where we shout about, 80% youth, all the resources in the world are here, etc., etc. The people who will be living in this reality are not happy. They're not happy. And you think that you can play Russian roulette with their future? Whether you're shooting protesters in the street, whether you're weighing money on a scale to show people that you're dripping in opulence, whether you are shooting people from different religions in another part, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. And it is that people are tired of. It's not going to be funny in the next 1 or 2 years. It's not.
Isn't all these things, if you just look at what is happening in Sudan, look at what happened in Kenya, let's go to Uganda, Tanzania, Madagascar. There is one common thing that is being said. We don't want to maintain the status quo. We are tired of bad and poor leadership. We want change. But the powers that be are telling the people there's nothing you can do about it. This is how we play the game. And regardless of what it is you're saying, you will have to fit in. If not, you will ship out. But remember, the young people, the citizens of these countries, continuously telling the government it is not business as usual. Things have to change.
Things have to change, and there's something that you can't take away from people. There's something called hope. I went to Tanzania right after Suluhu took over the presidency after Magufuli died. And I was talking to my taxi driver. So what's the difference now? This is a few months. And the praise on Samia Suluhu, initially when she came in, she opened the space up. Even for opposition leaders said, look guys, let's come, let's talk. Let's talk about development. Magufuli was more inward looking, and Samia Suluhu was thinking, okay, let's also find out what's happening in other countries. Let's embrace what others are doing. Let's build. And there was this hope and such optimism in Tanzania that we have a female president who cares, who ni mama. That's why they call him Mama Suluhu. And then to see this sudden change just tells you it's the same person.
She's the same person who there was supposed to be a national celebration, and she told them no. Take this money and feed the children of Tanzania who have no food. Same woman. Same.
Exactly. So it tells you how the heart of men can quickly change to evil, to you can't even fathom that you are somewhere. And of course she's got the intelligence. She knows how many people have died. She does. And you can actually allow yourself to be sworn in and business as usual. And after 2-3 days, and the assumption that, they will protest, and then after 3 days, watachoka. And that's the same argument that was here in Kenya. And people keep saying, you know what, are these young people, they'll just get tired. After 3 days, they take selfies and do this and do that.
They'll go back home.
That's what I'm telling you. It's the same thread. Look at it wherever it is that you need to look at it. The conversations continue. We'll have more of those. Let's talk about some of this money and where it actually goes and where it should go. Good morning at 7 a.m.
It is now 7 a.m. with ICEA Lion. Protect your today, securing your tomorrow.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President Samia Suluhu Hassan of Tanzania is expected to be sworn in this morning in Dodoma after she was declared winner of last week's presidential election that was marred by deadly protests. On Sunday, riots, deaths and widespread destruction of property continued unabated in cities and towns across Tanzania as rumors circulated that President Samia was to be sworn into office later in the day at Dodoma State House. Meanwhile, human rights defenders in East Africa are sounding the alarm over what they describe as a state-sanctioned massacre in Tanzania, accusing neighboring governments of aiding or turning a blind eye to the violence during the country's general election. Former Makueni Governor Kivutha Kibwana and PLP leader Martha Karua said Tanzania is in a digital and humanitarian blackout, with hundreds feared dead and the government working to erase evidence of its brutality. According to the rights groups, at least 700 people are feared dead, thousands injured or missing, and hundreds more detained as authorities move to silence opposition voices.
I don't think it is fair at all to ask us to verify numbers while we are seated in Kenya and in a blackout. But the reliable numbers from Chadema, from their own statement, is 700 and counting. And I would believe them because President Samia's government is not giving any information. But Tanzania must be held accountable.
We first of all must give voice to victims. We must allow them to say what has happened to them. And what they are saying has happened to them is that they've been shot, they've been injured, they've been killed, they've been violated.
26 people are now known to have died following Friday's devastating landslides in Cheso, Ngoch, Elgeyo Marakwet County. Speaking at the scene, Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen announced that 4 additional bodies were recovered on Saturday. Murkomen assured that the government was working closely with all relevant agencies to ensure that rescue, relief and evacuation efforts continue smoothly. He added that over 20 people were still missing following the landslides, which buried homes and destroyed livelihoods.
Pia tumeambiwa ya kwamba watu 25 bado wamepotea na watu 26 ni wale ambao wamepelekwa kutibiwa hospitali. Hii helikopta ya polisi na helikopta ya army itabaki hapa kusaidia kuhakikisha chakula imefika na kuhakikisha for any emergency yenye iko mpaka tuone kwamba barabara imefunguka inaweza kufikisha chakula.
At the same time, Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruko assured the victims of government support.
Those who have been injured, the government of Kenya is going to pay all the hospital bills. The government of Kenya is going to stand with all these families who are grieving at the moment to ensure we have a proper and decent send-off.
Energy and Petroleum CS Opiyo Wandayi has issued a stern warning to vendors of electricity infrastructure. Speaking in Sirisia and Kandui constituencies, Bungoma County, Wandayi said culprits will be prosecuted and could face fines of up to 5 million shillings or imprisonment of up to 10 years or both for the economic sabotage caused by their actions. Wandayi urged residents to safeguard electricity installations in their communities and promptly report any suspicious activity of vandalism to authorities. He said 1.8 billion shillings was allocated in the last financial year for rural electrification program in Bungoma County. US President Donald Trump has ordered the military to prepare for action in Nigeria to tackle Islamist militant groups accusing the government of failing to protect Christians. Trump did not say which killings he was referring to, but claims of a genocide against Nigeria's Christians have been circulating in recent weeks and months in some right-wing US circles. Groups monitoring violence say there is no evidence to suggest that Christians are being killed more than Muslims in Nigeria, which is roughly evenly divided between followers of the two religions. Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu has insisted there is religious tolerance in the country and said the security challenges were affecting people across faiths and religions. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Hello, good morning. It is 8 minutes after 7 o'clock, and we're tuned into Kenya's biggest conversation this morning and getting into things. And if you're tuned in on our live streams at YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and our audience on KTN, good morning to you and Karibu Sana. Thank you for joining us this morning and getting into a conversation that you want to listen to in terms of what could or could not be happening with the funds that you think are going into government and or not. In the first place, if you don't have a plan, you should have a plan, because...
Yes, the reason is, here in the Situation Room, we like talking about the future, and you can't talk about the future without planning for it. And plans, goals, decisions, tough choices that shape them. But here's a question: what's your plan? That's the question. Now, life's moving very fast. You've got bills, you've got dreams, you've got responsibilities, and somewhere in between, the future creeps up on you. Now, ICEA Lion helps you protect, grow, and plan for what matters most in your life. So don't wait for the wake-up call. Insurance, investments, and peace of mind, all made simple and accessible. Because if you're not planning for the future, it's high time you did. ICEA Lion, what's your plan?
So if you have a plan, then you can go shop.
Yes. You see, when you talk about shopping, there is only one place you can go shop. We're talking about Naivas, right? And when you talk about Naivas, now we have Magadi Road that just got hotter. You know why? Because Naivas is in town. Now, the brand new Naivas One Mall Magadi Road branch is officially open, being the 111th Naivas branch. Now, Naivas appreciates everyone. Everybody, you want to go shop. You're all welcome to come into this Naivas store and all the other stores, because Naivas has been here for 35 years of loyalty, love, and growth. You know, we just celebrated 35 years of KT, and now we're talking about 35 years of what? Of Naivas being there, making sure it gives you
It's a club, eh? These 35-year-olds.
35-year-olds.
Born the same year.
Now, traffic may be moving slow, but Magadi Road is moving fast with excitement, and you know, that means fresh deals, great vibes, and aisles full of your favorites. Now, if you love convenience, quality, and that Naivas freshness, this is the spot for you. So when you hit Magadi Road, make that quick stop, shop Kikwetu style, and experience the Naivas One Mall magic on Magadi Road for a chance to win daily items below 1K. 1K is 1,000, Bob.
Oh, thanks.
Okay. 1K is 1. No, you have 4K. 4K means something different. 1K. And weekly, you can grab toasters, blenders, Okari, blenders and kettles, and win big on TVs, fridges, microwaves, and so much more. Naivas saves you money. 111th store. 35 years of experience. What else do you want but to save money?
Surely.
Unafanya nini?
Unafanya. Speaking of which, money. Okay. Dennis Okari has a friend. Her name is Nancy Gadhogo. She sits in an independent constitutionally mandated office of the Auditor General. Now, the Office of the Auditor General, in layman speak, is the chief accounting officer for the country, right? Whereby the controller of budget is the one who says, you want to spend money, what is it for? If you want this money from the consolidated fund to move from here to here, then the COB is the one who allows you. This is not close of business. Controller of budget is the one now who allows you, okay, fine. Ministry of Education, against your budget, you can go ahead and spend. Now, after you've all spent or done whatever, you take all of your receipts and your budgets and your invoices and your financial reports, and you hand them over to the Auditor General. Of course, through platforms. You upload them, all of that, then she can access her office. By the way, people think it's just her. No, it's an office. She runs the office, all right? Now, they go through that because it's a lot. You can imagine she's doing this for national government. She's doing it for 47 counties. They're doing this across board. So essentially, they want to make sure that if you said you had 3.6 trillion shillings, and this is how you are going to spend the money, that essentially you've spent the money in the way in which you said you were going to. Now, according to the PFM Act, there are ways in which you spend, and then there are ways in which you report. There are constitutionally mandated, required mechanisms for you to spend and report on your spend. The PFM Act then also talks about how you should go, public financial management, how you should go through all of this. So she goes by that act. She doesn't wake up on a Tuesday morning and say, I'm feeling like perhaps you guys should just give me your receipts without invoices. No. You give her everything, they look through it all, and then she says, okay, thank you very much, Tarakanifi. I am happy. We can go ahead. Or, actually, no, Bomet, you have certain documentation that is not here. Please give us so that we can continue and finalize on this audit. Now, unfortunately, time after time, audits have revealed discrepancies in the amounts of money that have been used, unaccounted for, have been released without proper documentation, or have not adhered to the PFM Act. So what does she do? She says, Pongpo, excuse me, you people have not done what you said you would do. So then we give it a fancy name called a query. With the query now, it comes back to you, and then you are able to say, okay, actually, you're right. These receipts were actually in this folder. I forgot to attach. So you attach, and then it ceases to be a query. But in the event that you don't do what they've asked, and they give you some time, she now says, CEO, Baringo did not do what they're supposed to do. So as far as we are concerned, there is a discrepancy to the amount of 5 billion shillings. So if there's a discrepancy, we assume that either this money was spent. Is there a word like improperly? This money was not spent properly. Thank you.
Misappropriated.
I knew there had to be a fancy word for it. This money was misappropriated, or it was mismanaged, and there's a big hole in this budget. She has been citing those for the last few months. There is no report that has come from the desk of the Auditor General that has not had a discrepancy in money management, spending, receipting. And I just want to give you a little bit of that so that you can understand where we are coming from. This is just from the financial year 2022-2023 to 2023-2024. We also know that the reporting cycle for 2024-2025 is ongoing. So she's still working on that. Let's look at some things and the amounts of money that we're talking about. Shall we? Unapproved and irregular share purchases. We start off with 6.19 billion shillings when she talks about the acquisition of shares in Telkom Kenya, which was okay under Article 223 of the Constitution, but it did not get the necessary approvals in order to secure this sale. Do you understand?
Yes.
So selling was not the problem, but you needed certain approvals in order to do so. Why didn't you do that? And in the event that you didn't do that, we now see that 6.19 billion shillings there's a question around it. So we do what with that 6.9 shillings? We put it in the basket. We've got 6.19 billion. All right? Let's just call it 6 billion shillings. A bigger number that we're looking at now, 2023-2024, the irregular unrecoverable loans, one of the biggest ones went to Kenya Airways, 55,374,969,787 shillings is what they say. Okay, this money was given to KQ by government, and we're not quite sure what has happened as a result of that. 55 billion shillings, all right? And KQ had come back to government a year after that and said, kindly, please, we need some more money because we've not quite been able to get things right. 55 billion, Iko happy? Well, you know, okay, 55 billion in the basket. We are now where? 55 plus 6 is 61. We are now 61 billion shillings in the basket. Shall we continue? E-Citizen, this is one of the biggest reports one of the biggest items on the report that she brought out. Out of 100,842,646 586 that was collected. This money was collected 100 billion. 44,816,483,723 shillings could not be accounted for. Yani, we know this 100 was collected. You pay 50, you pay 50, you pay this, you pay this, services everywhere inside. Money was collected. That one they can see in the books. Where 44 billion went, they cannot see where it went. So many things could have happened. It was not accounted for. It is not in the account. There are no receipts, but that money is what? Is missing.
You know what 44 billion is? 6 billion shy of half the total amount that was collected. Just
exactly.
So you know.
Exactly. Almost 50% of the money that was collected via the e-Citizen platform. Okay. We're continuing. So this 104 of this money, 144 million is missing across certain ministries, departments via e-Citizen. Guess which one of the biggest ones is? Lands. You can ask yourself why. The receipts are untraceable. Yani, they're lost. The people who there was a sale or there was something made, they cannot find the receipts. I don't know, but is it still the practice? Like in an organization, when you go on a trip, they give you per diem or something to pay for your hotel. If you come back and you don't have the receipt, they'll tell you that they're going to deduct that money from your salary.
Exactly. Yes.
Abi? Okay. Now, this money, they cannot find it.
Because they can't find receipts.
Yeah. They've not been able to find the receipts. Now, if you go to the nitty-gritty of the Auditor General's report, she will show you a requested receipt, untraceable, unavailable, and there is an explanation on each and every. So she's very thorough in the work that she does.
You know, you go to a supermarket and you buy items and you come out, you receipt usomangi, unakunja, unatupa kwa dustbin. That's what they did. So hakuna receipt. Though money was spent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sawa. Okay. Shall
Let's
I continue? Okay.
Yes.
Now, so the receipts are untraceable. Cannot find them anywhere. Yeah. Now, there is
304 billion shillings. This is money that has been undrawn. Now you might wonder, so why is it a problem if it's still there? Okay. This money has come in from foreign aid investors, 304 billion shillings.
Let's say FDI.
Bas, thank you very much. Now, on this money that has been undrawn, yani you've not found a place to put it just yet, okay?
Just chilling.
It's just chilling in the accounts. On this money, they have paid, there's a bill because there's a commitment fee on undrawn money from foreign lenders. If you don't use that money, you have committed that you're going to use it for 1, 2, 3. If you don't use it, we bill you. They've been billed 6 billion shillings on the year. This is just from 2023, 2024. 6 billion shillings is what it's not me, the Auditor General. Remember, this is coming from the Auditor General's report. 6 billion shillings on this 304 billion as it continues to sit there. Build Kenya. Put it into the basket. Should I continue?
Continue.
Okay. The Hustler Fund. Somebody said their heart is doing gidim. 20.96 billion shillings was allocated to the Hustler Fund in 2022-2023. Only 12 billion shillings was traced. Unaccounted for is 8 billion shillings, not yet drawn. Yani, it's not there.
8 billion.
Yeah. So what they said, the government now said to the Auditor General, okay, we understand what you're saying, you can't really see it, but the money is there, but it's just been undrawn, so that's why we don't have receipts for it. Clear as mud. But she said, okay, she noted in the report, fine, they have said it's undrawn, so the 8 billion is somewhere. But for the purposes of this, we're going to put this 8 billion shillings in our basket. I don't know if you're keeping notes, but we're doing some good money here, all right?
Somewhere.
We're getting somewhere with this cash. So they said that no, it's undrawn money. It's still available from the 20 billion. I don't know if you had said 20 billion is allocated to Hustler Fund. Only 12 billion has been spent. We cannot find 8 billion. It should be somewhere. This story of undrawn doesn't make sense to nobody, but okay. Let's go to the counties. Now, unsupported transfers, county. She had issue with the counties. She said, some money went to vocational training centers. Some 9 million shillings went to them. But this is again an issue of we cannot receipt for that money. Now, 9 million against these billions might seem like it's not a lot of money, but they're not the only ones. When we take counties' money, 9 million going and there's no receipts, you send to Okari Vocational Training Center somewhere in Kabianga, and you send him 3 million shillings and they used it to do 1, 2, 3, but there is no receipt for it. The question marks there are popping. 58 million shillings across counties went to health facilities without adequate documentation explained. Don't know what the money is for, it just went. 884 million shillings was budgeted versus actual receipts in one county. One. Should I repeat? 884 million shillings was budgeted versus receipts received by one county. One county. If that's happening in one county, one must ask what's happening in the others. Let's take Homa Bay, for example. 214 million shillings on domestic travel without documentation. At the very least, my God, there should be a ticket, an air ticket. But I just want to know, travel within Kenya, 214 million shillings. This is the one that doesn't have receipts. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
So it's not even all the travel that was done. 214 million shillings in Homa Bay, receiptless money. We doesn't have receipt, but somebody traveled because the money has been spent.
They traveled.
But where did there's even no air tickets, even taxi ticket. You know how when
even
you take
fuel.
Uber, they send you a message in the email that you traveled, you spent 300 bob. It's that one. I don't have that one. Sorry, it's not found. Then the foreign travel that took place, 5.3 million shillings on foreign travel, is lacking documentation. Surely if you went to New York, there would be a ticket, Abi. Or if you went to Dubai, there would be a ticket. If you slept in a hotel somewhere, there would be some kind of hotel receipt.
There would be some visa fees as well.
So they said maybe the guys
The guy said maybe it was in my suitcase. Then I came home. My wife washed the jacket. So there, I couldn't find it. Sour.
My luggage disappeared.
The dog ate my homework. You can email the hotel. See, I slept in Sunshine Boulevard Hotel on the 13th of August. I can email the guys. My name is Mr. Aseto. I slept in your hotel. Kindly, please, for the purposes of my documentation, are you then able to email me my receipt? Such things happen, do they not?
They do.
Auditor General said, okay, it's not available, please. Don't be stressed. Wait. This is just this year. I've not gone to 2020. This is just 2022, 2023. I've not gone to 2023, 24. And I'm already seeing Okari's face like he wants to cry. So let me do universities and then you can tell me. I'll tell you how much now is in this basket of money.
Okay.
Unexplained spending and weak controls amounting to 14 billion shillings at the universities. Masai Mara University, 3 billion. Moi University, 1.6 billion. Technical University of Kenya, 1 billion. Kabianga is there, 877 million. Kenyatta University, 835 million. Missing 4.1. Okay, sorry, that's another place. We're still in universities. So they've said this money that was sent to them to then be able to do certain things. Yeah. We don't know what the money was used for, but it was sent to them. Whether it was to make sure that lecturers are paid, whether it was to make sure that infrastructure is established. Akuna, there's nothing. We don't have documentation. Remember, she's flagging where you don't have documentation to explain what this money was used for. She said, okay, fine, we move. Now, let me give you the last one. No, two more. Counties. This is not all, but 125 constituencies. How many constituencies are there in Kenya? Let's say 290. So almost half of the number of constituencies failed to show records in one. Let me give you. This is 1 month. 1 month, 30 days. 4.1 billion shillings of NGCDF money unaccounted for in 125 counties in 1 month.
4.1 billion.
Yeah. So I'm going to stop there because I don't even want to go to departments and organizations like NSSF.
Please.
Okay?
Please,
so,
spare us the torture.
When you put all this money together, these ones that I've told you, 44 billion, 55 billion, 6 billion, 7 billion, whatever, you get 243 billion shillings. That is unaccounted for. Don't have receipts, It's very easy that when you do 1 + 1 is equals, at the other side of this equals to is theft, is mismanagement, is unaccountability. What did you call that big word? Misappropriation equals to misappropriation. So then what do we see? Do you know what? According to the same government, if you wanted to pipe water in Kenya, if you wanted to make sure that every household had clean drinking water, the way the president promised us for Kitui in it's called Mashujade, do you know how much you need? 241 billion shillings. And I rest my case there.
Aseto has been doing the tabulation. Tumefika pesa ngapi?
You know, the tabulation based off what she just said was 138B 311.3.
I didn't add this
because she didn't add the rest. Where?
So,
and every time before Nasigadongo's ink dries, there's another one. There's another unsupported expenditure. There's another report on misappropriated funds or unreconciled accounts. In some of the cases, receipts are missing, but the people traveled. But there is no air ticket. There is no place where they were logged in. Their passport doesn't show a stamp or anything that they left the country. But money was spent.
Yeah.
You know, what this is exposing is exposing a very big wound in our country. And there's bleeding going on. And it's not like we lack revenue. What essentially you're telling me, we're very rich.
Yes.
We have a lot of money.
Yes.
This country is very wealthy. But because of these systemic leakages, and I'm using leakages, it's actually a polite word. There's a worse one, which is disguised like this is governance. It's the reason why people went to the streets last year.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's the reason why Tanzania is doing what it's doing. It's young people going out and saying, look, we want a better future, we want a better life. We can't just have this going on. No.
You tell me today.
And these are people, and this is you and me and everybody paying tax. Even the unborn are already going to be paying taxes.
Yes. On Friday, I went towards Kenyatta National Hospital, and then I passed. It was so interesting to me. I passed. They're called what? Kenya Roads Board office is somewhere in that Upper Hill area. The road leading to the Kenya Roads Board office has a big sign and says, "This road was constructed with your fuel levy." And I was like, wow. This road leading to our office. I was like, okay, this is fantastic. This is great.
Yeah.
But what about the roads where today, you see the way this rain, the way it's raining, people's cabbages are growing in 1 month. It's normal. It takes them to 6 weeks then for them to be able to harvest. There are people's cabbages that are rotting on the road because they cannot take it from farm to market. They cannot walk. Their thing is rotting. It's rotting. And then you want to tell me that this money that is unaccounted for because somebody traveled 214 million shillings in Kenya. How much is an air ticket for? How much is an air ticket in Kenya?
Where?
Okay, let's say you're going from Nairobi. You're going to, where is the farthest place? And then you're coming back. Will you spend more than 100,000?
No.
Okay. Then you want to tell me roads cannot be, okay, fine, even put Maram. Don't put tarmac. Just Maram the road even. Okay, let's look. We are talking about live examples. Remember, this is not me making this up. I just extracted it from the Auditor General's report.
A small extraction.
A small one. Because this is 8 months of one financial year. This is not the entire year.
And remember, that's which year again?
This is 2022, 2023.
We've not even started 2023, 2024.
No, the only thing I gave you here, which I did not put into the total, is this money that MCAs have spent 4.1 billion shillings from NGCDF in 125 constituencies, and they have not been able to show the records. That's the only one I've given you from August 2025. I'm not giving you anything else from 2024, 2025. Okay. You want to tell me that money has been spent unaccounted for over and over and over and over again. Billions of shillings have gone into universities. Billions of shillings have gone into healthcare. Billions of shillings. Homa Bay cannot tell us where this 5.3 million shillings went. This is after they've traveled, they've receipted. This is the one that they cannot receipt for. Do you understand? Before we even start to ask that, what is the result of you having gone to London? What did you come back with?
Benchmarking.
For benchmarking, what did you come back with? We've not even done that one. We are just saying you went and came back. Where is the money that you said you spent? If you didn't spend, does it not also happen that if they give you $50 to travel, you spent $25, you return the $25 plus the receipt? Koba Hakaba. Okay, I'm even speaking Hausa. Is that not how it's supposed to be?
It is.
Yes, but apparently it doesn't happen in the counties because she did an entire county report. It took me forever to read through the thing. She did an entire county report, and the things that guess what? The things that she's not satisfied with is this documentation story. And you know what? Let me tell you the sad truth that today nobody is going to give that documentation. Nobody is going to explain where that money went. If that money has gone unaccounted for, unexplained, misappropriated, mismanaged, it's done. It's gone.
Let me tell you where the problem is. Because every year, for as long as I've been a journalist, we've covered these misappropriations. And the Auditor General, in this case, she's a hero. She needs to be celebrated. That's one office that needs to be put up there. But, yet, with all these things going on, nothing happens. Reports will gather dust. Parliament will debate. They will forget about it. Some of the individuals mentioned, officers or even managers, again will get reappointed, get promotions, and life will move on. The thing is, the real crisis, in my opinion, with all these reports, because every time I read them, I get so depressed about the figures. Because today, we talk about $1 billion, we don't actually imagine what $1 billion looks like. Let me tell you, if you put $1 billion, if you put $1 billion in 1,000, is it 100 or 1,000
Shilling notes.
Work up a Mombasa Road.
Yeah.
You will start your journey and cover the entire Mombasa Road up until you get to coast.
1,000 bob.
How many hours? Yes, 1,000 bob. How many hours to get to Mombasa? Is it 5 hours to get to Mombasa? 5 hours unakanyaga pesa. Mpaka unafika Mombasa. That's how you'll end up clearing just 1 billion. And the crisis for me here is, it's not the money that has actually gone missing.
No.
That's not the real crisis for me. The crisis here is we are missing consequences. No one is jailed.
Nope.
No one is, I dare say, bring back the death penalty.
Nobody will be named, prosecuted.
Exactly.
Nothing.
These same people who steal this same money are the same ones who are going to run around the campaigns. Giving people money, nichagueni, nitawatumikia, nitawaunganisha, nitafanya. These same fellows are the ones who are doing these things. And so the ripple effect, unfortunately for you and me, Aseto and I, we are sitting here, you're waking up in the morning, you leave here, you want to buy lunch, you want to get unga, sugar for your kids, for this, for that. The ripple effect of all these things that you've just read, you know what it is? This money has disappeared. We know it has not disappeared. It's gone into people's accounts, into people's pockets.
Taken it.
But the ripple effect is that taxes then must arise to fill that gap. So each time we keep talking about taxes going up, taxes are not going up because of anything else. It's because we need money to do, well, they even said there's budgeted corruption after all. So you'll have to increase taxes because you have to meet that shortfall. You have to close that gap. And the gap is artificial.
There's no
It
gap.
is because, there's no gap. It's artificial. It's because people have decided to pocket all these billions. I was told yesterday that there's a, we've been talking about wash, eh? This one I've not verified, but I was told there's somebody who's bringing in luxury cars, my friend. Those cars you see in magazine covers. They are in Kenya. Somebody will bring a car worth 120 million. 60 million, 50 million. Kwa hiyo yard, hakuna gari ya less than 20 million. It's 20 million and above. All these are vehicles sitting somewhere in a yard for people to buy.
We've talked about 240-something billion shillings, but just what exactly is 241 billion shillings? So we talk about the extension of SGR from Kisumu to from Naivasha to Kisumu. That would cost you 380 billion. So if you take 240 billion shillings, that means you have around 100 billion shillings as a deficit. But you're almost done with that SGR. We're talking about 138 billion shillings in healthcare. That means you would fund healthcare fully and still have extra money to help Kenyans. We're talking about 702.7 billion shillings in education. If you just take 241 billion shillings and put it in education, say you give that to tertiary education that is going through problems. Haven't you sorted out the problem in education? But here we're talking about 241 billion shillings that is lost in people's pockets, yet all these other things are pending.
You know what? That we don't come to terms with the reality of the situation. And that's why we do things like this, so that you can understand exactly what is happening. This money is not being burnt in some underground dungeon in a ministry or under treasury or somewhere in the central bank. It's not being tied to a dove and then flying into the skies. This money is being taken. It's being taken. When we talk about money being misappropriated or mismanaged, it's a fancy way of saying it has been taken. Because if you flew from Nairobi to Kisumu and you stayed in a hotel and you ate meals for 3 days and then you flew back to Nairobi and I gave you 50,000 shillings and on top of that I supposedly paid your fare. So I have the receipts for your plane ticket, don't I? But these other things that you did, you stayed in a place, you did all of this, you will have the receipts. You don't even have to have the paper receipts. These things are digital nowadays, right? If you actually did those things, we're not even asking you for M&E for the work that you did. They're saying to account for the money that you spent. Now, this is one person on a 50,000 shilling trip.
This is just keeping it at the bare minimum, right? So you tell me how many of them there are across the country every day, not even every month, every single day, and then you do the math. If it doesn't give you a head spin, let me tell you what will. That somewhere just across the pond, there are children who've been mashed like sardines in a classroom, so much so that their teacher cannot stand in the classroom to teach them. The teacher stands at the window and teaches. True, false? Okay. That somebody cannot afford to pay medical care for themselves, talk less of family members, because they don't have 600 shillings times 12 in a year. The same country, this is happening. We talk about infrastructure for school. Mr. Ogamba the other day sent 4,000 shillings times capitation of 4,000 bob for the third term to everybody and said we finished. So I was left wondering, excuse me, so what about the balance from term 1? And what about the balance from term 2? Nobody, even the mouse in a church in the corner is louder.
There was no budget for the exams. What are you talking about?
I'm just talking about third term capitation. Yeah. I've not even gone to exam. This exam that's being sat today, where invigilators said, you know what, excuse me, no money in my M-Pesa, no invigilation of the exam. Do you understand? That's where we were. There was no budget for it. So Ogamba went to Parliament and said, if you guys don't give me money, I cannot actually do this. As though it is when the mother who is pregnant starts to push the baby, then you realize that there's a baby coming. That is what we are talking about. So juxtapose that against a situation whereby people are robbing the country blind on one hand, and children have food being taken out of their mouth on the other hand. So, and then you want to tell me that first world is just looking at us. You know how you can say, I see you. First world is just looking at us down the corner and we say, yeah, we're going to get there. This is the same place where the president, in his good stead, said a couple of months, about last year, he said, you know what, we are looking to mop up 300 billion shillings. That was the number that he gave. We are looking to mop up 300 billion shillings in the economy, and that will help us 1, 2, 3. Well, let me tell you, Mr. President, that money is in Homa Bay because there's some folks who traveled within the country, mind you, and they spent 214 million shillings on domestic. That money is in NGCDF, where 4.1 billion shillings was spent in 125 constituencies, and they can't tell you what it was spent on. That money is in the universities, 14 billion shillings, whereby they told you that money was sent to these universities, but they cannot tell us what it was for. Mr. President, that money is just here, but they don't want to tell you that it is there. That money is in your hustler fund, where 8 billion shillings, they told you that out of the 20 billion, they don't know where it went. Mr. President, that money is in e-citizen, where there's 44 billion shillings that's unaccounted for, no receipts. You see that 300 billion shillings that you're looking for every month?
It's here.
It's here, Mama.
Baba. Yeah.
At this rate.
And Mr. President is allocating 1 billion to finish Kakamega Hospital.
Yeah.
The hospital's told, look, you know, we are a joke. There's money, you know, these pronouncements. You know, I sit and wonder, so where is this money really coming from? So, President Ruto says, okay, you know, look, we're going to take over the construction and completion of this hospital. Okay, so his trip to Western.
To Western, yeah.
He said the 12 billion facility will be upgraded. 12 billion has already been spent. This project is stalled. So there's going to be 1 billion then to try and see how they can complete it to elevate its status, obviously. So there is money when there are certain projects that need to be done and in certain regions, and then there is no money for children who are going to children who are sitting for exams. You didn't think through budgeting for, so these exams you need to pay invigilators, you need to pay drivers, you need to pay security, you need to pay for this, so we can't. Then all of a sudden we don't have money. We're looking for money. Guys, let me tell you, it's just plain and simple. We need to stop normalizing theft by using these big words. Hii ni wizi. Mwizi ni mwizi.
Yeah.
There's nothing, money disappeared, money was misappropriated. And you know, this bleeding will not stop. We'll keep reading these reports. This bleeding will not stop until every Kenyan feels the pain of losing just that 1 shilling. You know how if you lose 1,000 shilling in your house, you look for it, chini ya sofa set, kitty, carpet. You're looking for your own?
2 weeks ago. I'm looking and I must find it.
Are you feeling the pain?
I'm feeling it because I'm like, how can money just disappear under me like this?
You are going to your pockets, jeans. What did I wear last week? Which handbag did I carry? You see that pain as you are searching until you start feeling the pain of every missing shilling. I'm telling you guys, until we squarely demand.
You know, we're talking about the president allocating 1 billion shillings to Kakamega Hospital. Question is, was it planned for? Was it budgeted?
Where is it coming from?
Was money spent, that 12 billion shillings, was it spent? Why isn't that hospital complete? Why did it stall? All the monies that were allocated to it and spent, was it spent well?
Meanwhile,
that is where you start from.
the person who was overseeing the construction of that hospital is now your CS for MSMEs.
You know. So these are questions. So before allocating 1 billion shillings, we need to ask the tough questions. Why did this project stall? And even when the president is coming in to rescue the project and allocate 1 billion shillings, under what budget did you budget for this money? Where are you getting 1 billion shillings to just give to Kakamega Hospital if it was not budgeted for?
Do you know my problem with this particular project? That there was a Senate Accounts Committee that went to Kakamega just a couple of weeks ago. Catherine Muma was there, Boni Khalwale, Senator Richard Onyonka was there, as well as the head of that committee. They were all there in Kakamega. They went round, they saw things, they said, Lakini money has been spent. We have the paperwork here. And then people in the CECs for Kakamega County were also there unable to explain anything about funds that had been spent. Money has been spent on Kakamega Hospital. Money has been spent for this level 6 hospital to be completed. You guys, there's glass in the windows. You tell me, when is glass put in the construction? When it's about to be completed? They finished. This thing was supposed to be done. Look inside and you can see vandalism. Is it vandalism or rundown of the thing? Money had been spent. So the Senate Accounts Committee goes to Kakamega and they said heads will roll until Boni Khalwale almost burst an artery because he was so upset. I said, okay, very good. Perhaps something is going to come out of this as a result, isn't it?
Only.
This is yet to show up in the Auditor General's account, but it is coming. So you now say, okay, heads will roll here. He even pointed at one of the CEC's finance and he said, something we are going to do, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Then the overwhelming answer that you get to this, where hundreds of billions of shillings have been used to construct a hospital that is not yet complete, the answer that you give to that, rather than demand for accountability, is to throw 1 billion shillings at it. Where are we going? What are we doing? And you want to ask the question, so why are we making noise? Your children, your young ones are coming up to operate and live in this society where this wanton waste and theft is taking place. If that doesn't move something in you, there's a problem. Oh, why are you making noise? The money has already gone. See, he has said it. Okay. It is not today that you will cry. It's coming. It is coming. So, what is Senate there for? If an oversight job cannot produce the people who spent the money or misused or misappropriated the money, but then we say, okay, so now the former governor is now a CS. Sindio, okay, his intent was to finish this hospital, but since he was not able, watching him pay 1 billion, Maliza by this time next year. Are you kidding me? No questions asked? Nobody to be accountable, nobody to ask, nobody to even say this thing must be prosecuted, and you want to go to first world. Okay, so be going.
Let me just give you a simple money trail to this, because the president in Kakamega said, I have told my brother, Governor Fernandez Baraza, that because this is a major facility, he should allow me to complete it so that the people of the Kakamega can have access to a level 6 hospital. And this should be done within the next 10 months. Now, ESCC, when they were looking at the construction of the proposed Kakamega Teaching and Referral Hospital, with a contract value of 6 billion, the procurement was via open tender, but only one bid was submitted and won. By May 2021, 2 billion had already been paid, yet the project stalled. And key documents, which is approved acquisition, BOQs, engineers' estimate progress reports, were missing from their file. Haiko. So even if you want to understand, so this structure, how did it even come up? So from the foundation, how many beams, how many columns, how many pillars, what exactly did you do? You are lacking all this. Now, when you look at all these things, guys, it's just very, very clear. If you are the head of your own home, head doesn't mean male or female. You are the head. You walk into your compound and you say, "Mimi staki kuona dustbin hapa. I don't like the way this carpet has been put. I need this table cleared. This is how I want the house to be in order." You go to the washroom. I need the tissue paper should be this way. I need this detergent to be that way. You go upstairs. You do whatever it is that you're doing. As the head of that home, you have actually set the standards.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter who comes to work for you. Your standards, your level of cleanliness, this is what you want. This is the time I want my meals cooked. This is how I want them cooked. This is the time I want kids to be bathed. This is what... It starts from the head. But if from the head there is a problem, there will be a dustbin there. Tissue paper will be on the dining table. People will be cooking the breakfast at 2 in the afternoon. And that's the sort of confusion we find ourselves in.
Every other day, Kenyans want a country that works for them. We want to get to first world country. We want to enjoy the good things, But how are we getting there? We start getting there by sealing all the loopholes and jail those who pilferage country funds. Whether we like it or not, we keep talking about Singapore. What did they do? We're talking about China. What has China done? We talk about South Korea. What did they do? Until that point when, as a country, as a leadership, we take the tough decision. Like what happened in Ghana, Njeri Rawlings. Let's parade them. Let's finish them. That's the only way, Okari. That's the only way.
It's the only way.
It's the only way. I'm sorry, but it's the only way.
If I was running for president of this country, I'm not. But if I was, let me tell you, I'll build a special jail. You know what they did with the cartels in Mexico? Build a jail, Kwamlima, where kids, when they're passing, they'll be told, "You see that building? Everybody should know. Take all these corrupt individuals, lock them up in one jail." You can't bleed the future of this country like this. People are honestly suffering. Yesterday, there are women, Okoh Nini. People are going with SHA uniforms saying, "I can register you into SHA." Because of the desperation of these elderly people, they already know SHA is not working. And you know what conmen and conwomen are doing? They're going to the villages. They're saying, "Because this process is too complicated, we will help register you." So, unaitwa nani? ID number. Ulizaliwa, they register now, you need to pay 14,000. Old people are giving 14,000 from their farm produce, the money they have saved. Kidogo like this, the money has disappeared. Kidogo like this, the M-Pesa money is being cleared. They can't even have access to their phone numbers anymore. Because you've opened the space up for people to go. Can you imagine that level of creativity? So people know, because SHA is not working, so go to those two villages.
Who don't know?
Those wazee wanajua. So come up with a way, wear a uniform. And this old lady was saying, aliona, moja amevaa ilikuwa ya blue imeandikwa hapa SHA. And they easily trust. They're so gullible, they don't know. These people coming in vehicles, they look like serious ministry officials. They are taking them through the registration. People are giving... when an elderly woman is crying because of 14,000,
my friends,
you think it's a joke. You are even conning the elderly who are about to die. You're conning them. You're bleeding the unborn. They're already carrying the burden of taxes.
Dennis,
this is a joke.
We are conned every day. I'm not surprised that we're seeing this happen every day. I mean, we are being conned every day, and one would say, when you see a leader weighing thousands and thousands of shillings, what message are they sending you? Because the first question you ask yourself is, where did you get that kind of money? How do you walk around with such kind of money? Because we know how money is also being guarded and protected in the country. So when we see you weigh such kind of amounts from a leadership perspective,
do you know what
do you expect?
Do you know what you're being told? When you see such a thing happening, When there's somebody whose 14,000 shillings has been taken and she's thinking, how am I going to survive for the rest of my life? The rest of my life, because 14,000 shillings has been taken. And then you see a video of somebody weighing money to see, let's balance. Let's see how much can actually put it on this scale. You see somebody doing that. And then you want to wake up tomorrow and you want to tell me that the leader, the one who is coming to ask that for that woman in the village with the 14,000 for her vote tomorrow, really cares? Really gives a damn about that woman? You want to tell me that that's what's really happening? You want to tell me that it's possible for people to ignore the situation in the country? So, whether it is Kenya today with these numbers that we're seeing, whether it's people who are being shot in the streets in Tanzania, whether it's people in Nigeria who will not be able to walk into a medical facility on the public and be able to get services, whether it is money from resources that are being looted by the Nigerian government every single day, whether it is people in Cameroon who have a geriatric president who cannot get up from his bed and is still wondering when he won the election, and there are people who are complaining and it's still okay, whether it's people who have known war all their life, living just here in Sudan. It is the same thread that's running through the fabric of a continent on who the world is placing a responsibility of survival on their shoulders. And we still can't seem to get it right. Something is wrong with us. And until we deal with that thing, these aspirations of first world, these aspirations of global dominance, it is a pipe dream. If we are not upset about it, whether I'm a journalist sitting in this chair today, whether it's a businessman sitting and doing their runs tomorrow, if we are not upset about it to the point whereby you want to talk about it or do something about it by your vote, let them continue. Let them continue. Let them continue killing people. Let them continue robbing children. Let them continue eating money. Let them continue. If you don't want to do something about it by raising your voice, by standing up today to go and register to vote, by saying that enough is enough, if you are not ready to do that, by all means, let them continue. This money that we're talking about, why should you not today, 70, almost 60 something years after independence, not be able to open a tap and get water? Why should people be going to fetch water in a place and the water is the color of that wall, but you still say, I have to drink it because I have nothing else? Let them continue. If people will not be able to raise their voices in discourse, if people will not be able to raise their voices to go and register to vote, by all means, let them continue. Let them continue. Whether it's here, whether it's down south, whether it's up north, everybody's rising. Everybody's starting to rumble because it cannot continue like this. Your aspirations pale in comparison to your misappropriation. Pale. You can't tell me you're trying to run a marathon and then you're wearing 6-inch heels. Where are you going? What are you doing? You're robbing your people blind. You're killing your people in the street. Your people are being massacred every day. That's the reality that we are dealing with, and we say that we want to progress. Nah.
Accountability needs to stop being seasonal.
No.
We can't just have a season where we are so serious talking about accountability, then we forget. There needs to be a relentless, persistent pursuit to get to the bottom of all these things. And you know what counts? It's the vote that will count.
Yeah.
You know, there's politicians know that we have a very short memory. So we lament today, mtapiga kelele leo, kesho mtasahau. You know, there is that argument that they will protest today, tomorrow, then they will forget. There's a country where one day young people woke up and they decided, you know what? We will raid your neighborhoods. Those places where you have barbed wire electric fences with gates and armed police officers guarding you. Those two places where you go for shopping. Those places where your kids go. People decided, you know what? We're going to come for everything. We are going to come for you. And we don't want to get to that point. But when you push people to a corner where an old grandmother who has lost 14,000 all her money is crying, there is a God in heaven who watches, who listens. The curses that will befall the children of these people who have done these kind of things. You think you're doing it for clicks, think you're doing it for whatever comments, to agitate, whatever it is that you want to do. You think you're just doing it, but there is kuna kiboko itakuja, like Mackenzie said,
kitawaramba. And I think this entire conversation is not just the leadership, but us as a citizen as well, to think critically on who we give the mantle to lead the affairs of the country. It starts and ends with the vote and the kind of people we put in office to run the affairs of the country. Because if we keep on getting it wrong,
then we will never get it right.
Yeah. These clowns who are weighing money and walking around with Rolex watches, I call them clowns because that's what they are.
They are clowns.
These clowns.
One day the circus will end, and it's not too far from now. Good morning, 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
It is now 8 a.m. with ICEA Lion. It is time to plan ahead with ICEA Lion. What's your plan?
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Education CS Julius Ogamba has once again urged striking lecturers to accept the government's proposal to settle their 7.9 billion shillings arrears in 2 installments. Last week, the University Academic Staff Union and the Kenya University's Staff Union rejected the proposal as members remained wary of unmet promises in the past and demanded for the unpaid salaries to be disbursed once. Ogamba, who spoke in Mombasa County, appealed to the lecturers to go back to work, saying the government had already shown goodwill by agreeing to settle their arrears. He dismissed growing calls for his resignation, emphasizing the need for dialogue to end the strike.
The 4.3 billion has been paid, the 2.7 billion has been paid. So government has shown good faith and commitment to settle these historical debts, which are not a debt that was incurred by the Kenya Kwanza administration. It was incurred before. We've done it with the other unions, we've done it with KUPPET, we've done it with NAT, and everything is settled. And we will be able to do it with WASU. All we're asking them is for them to come to the table, look at the realities of the current situation, and accept the offer that the government has put on the table.
Meanwhile, students in public universities across the country remain eyed on campuses as the strike enters its 49th day. Mohammed Talib is a student at Technical University of Mombasa.
I have been in TUM for 5 years, and this has been my 4th strike in 5 years. And it has been so alarming that every year we have to disorient our semesters. I was yet finished school in April, but as things are going, apparently the earliest that I can finish school is August. And that's a 4 months difference, which I would have been doing internship and gaining hands-on experience that would help me in my day-to-day activities.
ODM leader Oburu Oginga has again downplayed reports of plans to kick out ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna for criticizing the broad-based government. Speaking during a televised interview, the Siaya senator said Sifuna has a right to speak out against the government.
So when Sifuna says or say whatever Sifuna said, Sifuna was within the right to say so, because that is the correct position of the matter. He's not isolated. How can he be isolated when I'm telling you that is the position? I don't think there's time. This is not the time to talk of also removing any member. This is a time to bring unity of the party, and we need all members.
A section of Mount Kenya legislators have told former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua for criticizing the quality of leaders elected to represent Mount Kenya residents in Parliament. On Saturday, Gachagua credited the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga's enduring legacy to the strength of his party ODM and the caliber of its legislators like Millie Odhiambo of Suba North, whom he said protected Raila for 30 years. Your leader is in trouble, Gachagua told Mount Kenya residents, saying they've given him weak leaders. On Sunday, Mount Kenya legislators led by National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah hit back, accusing him of disrespect and bitterness.
Wakiambaa wakaangalia wakaona Kawanjiku hata akiwa mtoto wa single mother, hata ukimdharau namna gani, wakaona he is among the best of their children in Kiambaa na wakachagua yeye. Wacha hasira, wacha chuki.
Sisi hatutawatukana, sisi tunamjua Mungu.
Deputy President former akiwa ulienda nyumbani, let go of bitterness, let go of pain. And I want to address the former Deputy President Honorable Rigathi Gachagua and just tell you, allow us to work for our our people. Siasa ni mwaka ujao, tukutane kwa barabara.
At least 8 people have died after an earthquake struck northern Afghanistan, with the toll expected to rise as rescue efforts continue. Local authorities say some 180 people have also been left injured. The earthquake struck Mazar-e Sharif, which is home to around 500,000 people, in the early hours of Monday. Afghanistan is very prone to earthquakes because of its location on top of a number of fault lines where the Indian and Eurasian tectonic plates meet. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country, we are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that I hate in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
This is we are in at this morning at 9 minutes after 8 o'clock, and the conversations continue this morning, and we're continuing with those today, even as we get into November and getting into it properly. we will be having a political conversation this hour, but you want to tell us first about your plan, don't you?
Oh, yes. We're coming for a weekend where people are enjoying barbecues. Someone's talking about their next investment, and you're in a meeting, whether it's a chairman, you keep hearing everyone talking about their plans for the future. They're talking about their retirement plans, and you're just there with your plate of nyama choma, and you're thinking, okay, so all these people are talking about the plans for their children, for their future, their retirement. So what's my plan? So ICA Line makes it easy to start. It's never too early. It's never too late to start. ICA Lion has a plan for everyone. So what's your plan? That's the question. Now, ICA Lion, insurance and investment options that help you grow, protect, and plan with confidence, helping you secure your today and build your tomorrow. What's your plan?
Of course, that is the question. What is your plan? And then there's just trying to be able to figure that all out as we get into the future and get into points whereby we need to ask those questions. All right, so at this point, we will begin our conversation. Both our guests are in the studio this morning, and we'll be looking, of course, into Siasa Fiesta. And joining us in the studio this morning, our twin guests of Dr. Martin Olo, political analyst and advocate, is here this morning. Good morning, Dr.
Good morning, though. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you doing?
Nice to see you and these Dennises.
The Dennises. The Dennises are here as well.
Good to see you too. How was your weekend?
Great. Mm-hmm. You don't want to know where I was. I was just telling Peter where I was. I was busy visiting.
Now that you've said it, I don't want to know.
I know. I was laying a wreath on Baba's grave yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And, that was duty.
Duty.
Sense of patriotism.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Good.
Oh, that's good.
Pod of Farm has been very busy.
It has been a busy one. Joining us as well is the Secretary of Planning and Economic Affairs, DCP, Dr. Peter Mbai. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you doing?
Very well. I'm well.
Good to see you too.
Good to see you and all the dances. And good, we're here.
Karibu sana.
Did you notice our dress code? Two of us. Have you noticed?
You're wearing red, well, some derivative of red suits. Grey suits and red ties.
I was telling Evelyn that when you have great minds.
I have a suit exactly like this.
On a Monday morning.
I've never seen you with
on a Monday morning. You have to be set for
same
you have
suits.
to set you have to set the mind for the week.
The ties.
Power, you know.
And you're both doctors.
You see?
Wow.
Good.
Fantastic. We're glad that you're both here.
Just leave.
Leave us now. Leave us run the show.
No. You do your part. No, the more you get these things, the more you want to share. And by the way, it comes with humility. The more you begin seeing someone saying, you know, I'm learned, I have a PhD, then no. Most probably he's not. Most probably he's not.
Okay, well that's great because we've come off an hour where we're having a conversation about the real situation in the country, talking about what the real situation is, not all the political shenanigans that we have been seeing over the last few years, and then also going into a period where it's going to be quite interesting. So we're going to get into that conversation today. So one does hope that your guns are loosened from their holsters. Dennis is going to welcome us first. He's taking us to a different country this week. I'd love to hear that proverb and your interpretation.
Yeah, and we are in Mauritania now, a country that is rich in iron ore, gold, copper, fish and oil. Now, agriculture and herding supports much of the rural population, and it is a high poverty rate country, and income inequality is something that as well exists in the country. But the proverb that we get from Mauritania, the camel does not see the crookedness of its own neck. The camel does not see the crookedness of its own neck. Dr. Mbai, how would you interpret that?
It doesn't see of its crookedness, so that means that, or rather the message there is, sometimes you don't have to believe in yourself 100% that you are right and you are good and you are straight and you know everything, because there's something you don't know about yourself. So that calls for, if somebody stops you and says, excuse me, can I tell you something about yourself, or there's something I noticed, can you change? I think that's where we come in to say, it's not everything I know about myself. I need someone else to come and tell me what they think about me, and I should take it seriously because I don't have a whole view of myself.
Dr. Olo. The camel knows that is its physique, and therefore it does not bother it whether you think it's crooked or not. That's what makes it a camel. So it's okay the way it is.
Niko tu sawa. Your opinion is your own.
Yeah. This is me and my neck.
That's great.
The camel is just fine.
Yeah,
it's just fine. All right.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so maybe one or two things that are not just fine is that the country seems to be held captive audience to a small group of individuals who seem to be doing their thing. And this is the politics of the day, that there are people who seem to be jostling for spots and positions, and maybe not necessarily fighting for the position of the people of Kenya. So let's look into what we are seeing. There are political parties who say, okay, somebody should not be speaking, others should speak. That the young should give the old the opportunity to talk through their experience. Others say, well, not really. Allow those who are in this position to express their rights in one way or another. But right now, we seem to be in the throes of a situation whereby folks are jostling to see who will retain or who will then grab seats for the future. What would be, I'll start with you, Dr. Olo, as we see things progressing, the pivotal moment for all of this progressing to the point where they are currently and where they will be futurely was the unfortunate death of Raila Odinga. After that, everybody seems to be saying, okay, so where are we going? It's like rats on a ship scrambling about to see whether they will make it or they will find themselves into the deep blue sea.
Yeah. First of all, it would be a good thing to start by saying that I want to extend my empathies with people in Tanzania, because what is happening in Tanzania is unacceptable. The death of many people in Tanzania is a sign of what ails us as a region. And if this is what we want of East Africa, then the examples we are seeing coming out of Tanzania can only make us worried as a people who are facing an election in another 2 years or so. Worried because bad manners tend to be more apt, more copied than good manners. And that's what our African leaders do. So back to ourselves, again talking about political hygiene and political manners. There is a fallacy going around among some ODM's primos that all they need to do is to jostle and take over ODM. And what they don't understand is that ODM was Baba and Baba was ODM, and the spirit of Baba in ODM is irreplaceable. That you don't just go and take over ODM and you think now you have a party. It is the spirit of that party. And the Baba, the way he's carried around that party, it is about Raila. It's not about the party. And so you can't jostle to replace him in a manner in which I've seen some people say in, their leaders in ODM, they are talking as if it's pieces they can run away from or some clothes they can just fit and take on. Having said that, when you look at Baba and you look at, say, even William Ruto, their political machinery or their ability to run politics is founded on their ability to mobilize and ability to make belief. So if you can't have that ability, it does not matter what you do. You can have a party, you can pronounce yourself, proclaim yourself, but that doesn't make you the leader. So what we are seeing in ODM, for example, is a situation where people think that power is inherited, that power is given. Power, you either fight into it or you take over. If you look at Baba's political life, he was either fighting for the spirit of Ford Kenya, leaving it, forming another one in NDP, leaving it, walking with it to KANU, leaving KANU, walking with it to LDP, forming NAC, leaving it, and so on. So you need to see the political movement around an individual's aspirations and individual's, perspectives and vision. So it's not just about occupying a space. It is about what you bring to that space, how you organize yourself, and how you organize constituencies around you. An example, look at Kalonzo Musyoka. He's been around. He's in the original ODM. He formed ODM Kenya. He left ODM Kenya. He's with Wiper. Does he have his ground? Yes, he has his ground. Does he have his constituency? Yes, he has his constituency. So he's building it up as he goes. So you can't say you can take over Wiper and it will be the same thing. So our politics have a personality around them, have some history with them, and there's a reflection of what the leadership is about. So let us get this going so that we are able to appreciate.
But isn't this a special circumstance? And isn't it also true that power is not given, it's taken?
Yes. And that's the point.
You don't wait for you to be told or appointed. You just need to go in, take your stake, and run with it.
Precisely, and that's what I'm saying. So it's not how much you shout that you are around, you are this or that. It's what is your ability to maneuver and to actually aim at a stake and get it. That's the ability. So when you look at CCM, for example, the Nyeri spirit around CCM has been around for quite a while. We are now beginning to see it desecrated. What we've seen in Tanzania this time round is really a desecration of that spirit. And that will mean that the CCM we knew will actually take a nosedive, because the ethos that made it survive, the values that made it survive, have just been thrown out of the window, out of this these elections. This, I don't know, I don't want even to call it elections. This drama that just happened in Tanzania.
Coronation.
Yeah. Even coronation is better. Coronation, you can bring around villagers and the kings, or you could kingpins, and then they can say, this is our leader. But you don't have to massacre. You don't have to jail people. You don't have to, grab all the space and shut the media in order for you to establish your leadership. That is where the mistakes are, and perhaps that's what we need to be very clear. So if people in ODM or people around the party don't see what is happening, it is not how you shout. I saw John Mbadi shouting at the funeral, and he thought that the more he shouted, the more convincing
the harder home the message went.
No, it's more than that.
Dr. Mbai, are we looking at a situation where other parties are feeling as though, okay, suddenly everybody's talking about ODM. The president himself has been invited to come back to the party, and he said, we want to corral this thing and make sure that this party, which now seems to be leaderless, we need to bring it into the fold. Are other parties feeling, okay, why is all the attention going that way?
Thank you. Allow me very quickly to say we stand with the people of Tanzania. It's unfortunate we have unconfirmed reports, which we don't know how many casualties may have been involved. That's something which is very, very sad. And I want to say from the word go, if Tanzania is not safe, we are not safe. The first casualties, the first people to suffer is ourselves because of the imports, exports, traders, people in the hospitality industry. I see it in the economic planning of the party, and we do analysis every day. We have data. A lot of people, hundreds of thousands of Kenyans work in Tanzania, and they are going to be affected definitely. No, they are going to be already being affected, and they are going to be rid of if this thing persists. So number one, but close to home, in West Pokot, a lot of people have died. Yeah, I think confirmed almost 30 now out of the United States. Really, our condolences also to the families. But let me quickly add, please, let's not be very quick to manage conflicts and issues. Let's try to be preventing. If we know areas are prone to landslides, can we do mapping? Can we try to move? You could see some of these people are actually patched on top of forest or something like that. So let's do that also. Be proactive, so we don't avoid. We avoid situations where we really have to have things happening, then we really come out and begin saying what did it happen. The issue of prevention other than management is very important. But coming to your issue, I'll tell you this: our aim as Kenya is to go to the CCM way, ANC, where parties grow. Unfortunately, CCM is another story of another day, where you can actually be the leader, but you can be dethroned by your party, like we saw happen in the ANC. We need strong parties. But now, coming back home, parties rally around personalities, individuals. Okay. Now, with Baba gone, this is what is going to happen. You don't need a coronation or some ceremony to be told you are the new leader. It is the individual who will emerge, who will move with the people. Leave ODM as a shell. That's what is going to happen. The whole issue here is, can ODM last even one more year without a Baba? It will depend on two things. How would they? It's a very unique thing because their founder is not there. So they have to make sure there's something very unique, which I don't see. What do I mean? One, they have a choice of going to say this is a family issue. That's the route they have taken by putting Dr. Oboru there. Or say, can we look among the deputy party leaders and other people imagine, give them a chance. ODM can last. But as you speak now, this is what is going to happen. A leader will emerge, take over all the people of ODM, go on to another formation or a party. What is important is not the party name. It is the people. I'll tell you this. When the current president was in Kano, right? He was supposed to inherit the Moi, the Karejin team. He was not invited, and there was no welcome. So what did he do? The guy just moved on with the people, and moved on with them, and left the team back. So he moved on with the Karejin community, moved on to other parties like 5 or 10 of them every day, and moved the people. There was no coronation of now. The king has exited politics. So can we have the next person to take over the Karejin community? He just went. So what's going to happen now here? And because we are good students of political history, somebody will emerge, Babu Owino, somebody else, just take the people. Sifuna, take the people, and ODM will be left as a shell.
I mean, when you talk about it like that, one would say that all political parties, as much as we have the figureheads, those who are ruling it, it belongs to the people in terms of the party members during the NDCs. They come together and make the decision. But, Daktari, there is a feeling as if even when the NDCs do take place, when the members turn in to make decisions, it's inconsequential because we know who leads the party. How do we deal with that problem such that we know this political party stands for this, and the strongest power and the strongest direction it gets, it's from the members and not the person who's the party leader?
You know, there is our history that we need to understand, and our history, the best way to go back to it is KANU. There were two parties, KANU and KADU at independence, and we know how KANU swallowed KADU, and therefore we went into single party. But there is also a history where we have always associated a party either with the government or with a person. So for a long time, KANU was Moi and Moi was KANU. And then he made it, at some point he wanted KANU to be more stronger than the government, and he wanted it to swallow everything that was around. He tried Maendeleo ya Wanawake, it was swallowed for a while. He tried even anything that was organized, wanted to be part of KANU. So there was that movement. And for a long time, KANU began to be both a government, both a political wing, and so on. So it became something other than a political party. Exit KANU, and then we begin to see other formations. KANU goes, NAC arrives. NAC never lasted one term. Then PNU arrived. PNU never lasted one term. And then we saw before Azimio, we saw CORD. CORD never lasted one term. Then we've seen Azimio, then Jubilee, then we've seen. So the way we can see our movements around political parties, it has nothing to do with the organic growth of political parties. Forget about the political parties act. Forget about it. Is the political individuals act we need. Because these individuals move with the people, move with their politics and so on. Look at William. William has been in every party. He was in KANU, he was in UDM, he was in URP, he was in Jubilee, now he's in UDA.
He was in ODM?
He was in ODM. Actually, we were founder members of ODM. And I'm one of the founder members of ODM. So it is about individuals defining what political parties will look like or what our politics will look like. The more shrewd, the more you are able to mobilize. And we have not said the other fact. It's not about people. It's your ethnic bloc, your region. If you can move with it, you are in place. That's why DCP is necessary in a region where there is a political movement happening. That's why WIPA is necessary in a region where there is a political movement. And that's why ODM now, people are very worried, because what is it going to be? Is it going to be reduced to a regional party? Because right now it has a national. Remember, it was celebrating 20 years. It is celebrating 20 years. Perhaps the longest political party around. Other political parties, nothing. And if there's any political party that has tried to do election, maybe it's ODM. None of those other parties I've mentioned have ever done an election. Not URP, not UDA, not Jubilee, everything else is like sham. It's like,
and some of them are still new. Baby, DCP still very new. So maybe and that's why I asked the question earlier. Are these other parties, whether they've come about as a result of splits to then have formations like DCP? DCP has come into the fray as a party under the auspices of the former deputy president. One could easily say that had he not been impeached, DCP would not exist.
I'll tell you this, and we'll start with that. First of all, we wish well for ODM, and the only problem, we have some other people who are outside ODM who are more interested with ODM than even the members, saying, I'm a founder member, I can discipline you, and then saying, I will make sure that you don't go to opposition. Like really? You are a founder member 15 years ago. You want to come and show the whole problem with ODM in a nutshell is the interference of people who are outside ODM, who wants to kill it and who want to control it, and who they want to use it as some kind of plan for their 2027, and that's the biggest issue with ODM. Others, we wish them well, and because why not? If they have done 20, they can do as well 30 years anniversary or 50. But I can tell you, pitfalls are there now. DCP, there's no regret at all with the issue of impeachment of the second deputy president. I'll tell you the truth, historically. Okay. There are no regrets. Actually, from today, I want to tell all people, never, ever to regret saying that why people voted for the current president. The current president is okay. He was supposed to come there. He came up with his own plan of how he was going to deal with the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. He knew very well he needed Rigathi Gachagua to win the votes. Okay, you remember that tussle of between Professor Kindiki and Rigathi Gachagua. He knew that if I put Kindiki line now, I will not win because he doesn't have the punch to make me win. So what did he do? He planned that I'll put Rigathi Gachagua here with the purpose of getting him down. It was a plan. Nothing happened by accident. So for the people around the second deputy president, it was therefore good for this to happen. So God knew this because as we didn't know, we were purely 9 out of 10 purely conned, deceived, properly and betrayed. So we didn't know. So he supported him in good faith. It's going to work. So, but God knew. So what did God do? Because he knew this man is going to behave this way. I'm going to expose him very early so people can know him and plan against him towards 2027, make him one term so that he doesn't disturb us again.
Oh, this was God's plan.
God knew this. We didn't know.
Okay.
Some people knew. Some of us didn't know. We voted him, but God knew that he was going to expose him very early, so people can know him. Then we can govern the way we are doing, so that by 2027, imagine what would happen if the president was not elected. He would be all over the place here, telling us how you lost an angel. You see, you lost an angel. But now, once Kenyans do away with the president in 2027, that will be done. Because he will not come back to tell us anything. Because he had the opportunity to do it. So what happens? An opportunity therefore comes. Because two things that messed the Mount Kenya area is one, going to the government without a party. We were duped properly. But a month to elections, Alfred Mutua comes with an MOU. Pa comes with an MOU. Mudavadi comes with an MOU. We were properly duped, I must admit today. But that is in the past. So therefore, DCP came at the right time to cure one thing, the issue on the party, going there with the party. But number two, the quality of leaders. Because if we had such good leaders from the mountain, they would have gone to the president and say, hey man, even if we had our own differences with the Rigiji, it has not come to a point of impeachment. That's why we have only a few, Akina Senator Medu and others, about 15 or 20, right? Who stood with the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. So the second thing we are curing through DCP is get quality leaders, therefore, and I can tell you today, we are going to have over 115 to 120 members of parliament. We are going to have a majority of senators and governors from DCP and the united opposition in the next government, because we want to cure that issue. So DCP
What issue do you want to cure?
The issue of, one, going without a party. We have a party now. And secondly, the issue of quality leaders who will have their loyalty, one, to the people who elected them, and number two, to the legion before we go to the nation.
Why is it necessary for the region to have a party if it can align itself with other parties of like-mindedness?
First of all, let me clear something then. DCP is not a regional party. And you see the
results. You just said it.
No, I just said this. There's nothing wrong, Dennis. There's nothing wrong with regional mobilization. There's nothing wrong. Let me repeat it. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with a party which has more weight on some area. Every party is Wiper is a national party. It has members in coast and everywhere else.
It's core.
Yes, you do regional mobilization towards a national cause. There's nothing wrong. I'll repeat this issue. Dennis of every day being told, oh, you are a regional party. There's nothing like that. There's nothing wrong with people organizing themselves regionally to come to a national cause. I want to speak from the word go. And you're going to see results. We are going to have members vying in this direction. From Coast on DCP, from Masailand winning on seats, or from Kakamega winning seats on DCP. So I want to clear that. What happens when people come together, therefore, you go to a national cause. You say, you have these parties. What do you have? Because people are mobilized regionally. I didn't say ethnically. I'm choosing my words very clearly, but regionally. Regionally means many things, because you can have someone with ODM winning a seat in Northeastern, on ODM winning a seat in Coast, on ODM winning a seat in Rift Valley, because the parties are national. But there's nothing problem, and please, let's not buy the narrative by the state. Oh, tribal parties. Oh, that person is tribal. There's nothing like that. Let me tell you, everybody knew Rigathi Gachagua was purely majorly, let me say the word majorly, mobilizing from Mount Kenya. Then he was not a tribalist. But then when he comes here and gets out to get a party, then he becomes a tribalist. Let's stop this kind of things even nationally ourselves, so that we can move forward. Let's deal with the issues that are important. Not, the narrative, that one is a tribalist. I don't believe so. Let's go beyond that. So yes, DCP came at the right time because of the betrayal, conmanship and deceit that was acted on by the president on the people of Mount Kenya and beyond. So that you start from where you are, then you go and bide. And you have not seen anything yet. Let me tell you, the kind of movement that's coming up. People have been talking about all this region, but we have other regions today. We have the Eastern Bloc. We have Kisii. We have Masai. We have Western. We have people from Northeastern. Now we have people from Coast and Rift Valley. We are going to come up with a very big block, including Luo Nyanza. You see, Dr. here. Dr. is one of the best brains ever on this earth, and you see, Dr. don't get lost. They don't get twisted. He is planning something, and Dr. knows where the wave is going. Going ahead down by next year, we are going to have a movement like 2002, a big movement. And do you know why 2002 happens? People get scared that there is somebody, there's an opponent we must all gang, against. And that's what is going to happen.
I wanted to buttress this point by saying that we need also to understand our politics. When he says regional, it's not ethnic.
That's it.
Tom Mboya was a man who commanded respect across, especially Central.
Yes.
And he was not in that ethnically central. For a long time, there was a Luo councillor in Muranga called Councillor Luoch. He was elected. The other day we saw an Asian elected in Meru. We've seen Shakil Shabir in Kisumu elected by the people. Junet in Migori and so on. So there is a way in which we need to understand regional politics as separate from ethnic politics. All you need to do is to be able to get to be in the mood. You've seen Kisii, this other guy there, I forget the name, but he's not a pure Kisii by extraction. Yeah, so these are, you just need to understand the dynamics of what we're talking about, and we understand our elections. So organizing regionally is not a problem.
Okay.
I keep saying that you need to look at Switzerland and Germany, when you're looking at their county or devolved systems.
With the cantons.
Cantons are actually, represent ethnic interests.
Yes,
so French canton, Italian canton, a German canton, and it's like that. You can't go there and try and change it. When you look at the devolved system in Germany, it is based on regional interests.
However, Doctor,
yes,
one thing that reigns supreme even amongst the cantons is that they will come together,
yes,
even from the regions, on issues.
Yes.
They will agree that there will not be wanton waste of resources. They will agree that even the leaders that they come together to decide upon who will now lead them, they know that these people are worth their weight in salt. They know that they will then go and represent the people. That's why public participation needs to actually go and be studied in Switzerland, because they know that the people that they put in these positions are actually going to do the work that they are putting them in to do, which was going to form my next question. That
as you say that before that one, it's because also they have insulated it in the law.
There you go.
Yes.
And they actually follow it.
Yes, and they follow the law.
Yes.
Even in this country, for example, we have very good laws, including the very good constitution. The other bit is political hygiene. But anyway, ask the next question.
So, the many people that are going to form this, what did you say it was? It's a thunder. No, that was Musalia Mudavadi. There was something else you said that's coming in.
He may say that is coming, but he may say the big movement is coming.
Okay, thanks. That big one, is it made up of these people who want to actually be in positions whereby they do things like the Swiss? And I would like to start with you, Dr. Oloda. How can we be sure? How can Kenyans be sure that folks who are coming out to say that they want this position, we are going to form 100 and something members of parliament, for themselves or for Kenya?
Wait. political parties organized to take power.
Yes.
What you heard from Daktari is that they are organizing to grab Senate seats, grab National Assembly seats, and governor seats.
Yep.
That's what political parties exist for.
Yes.
They want to get that because they want to have a national say. Again, that's what they exist for. Are politics about interests? Absolutely. So are my interests, for example, going to be different from this other Dennis's interest? Absolutely. Can we converge? Can our interests converge? Yes. And then we form a coalition. And if we can form a coalition, then we can propagate an interest. This country, no one party can win without a coalition. And that we have agreed. The days of KANU are long gone. ODM has tried before, but now we know you have to have coalition of interests, coalition of regions, coalition of blocks. So that is the only way you come to it. So if you look at now what's happening, out Mount Kenya region, what is Kenya Kwanza trying to do? Trying to woo Nyanza, trying to woo Western, so that you can make some promises. I don't know how many other promises you can make, but that is the point. So DCP and any other, Wiper and the United Opposition must also look out and say, well, how are interests best safeguarded? Well, number one, it's best safeguarded if they can pull together and draw up a broad-based agenda, not broad-based government, and that broad-based agenda can be sold across regions. So that at the end of it, 2027 will be won by the person who then, or the groups that bring the best coalitions together, the best groupings together, with their interests. Not that people are coming to come into that table without interest. No, it's the game of knives. Everyone must come with their knife to be sharp enough to cut a piece of this cake that they are forming.
How much leverage do you extend? And because we're looking at, well, single parties. There's DCP, there is Wiper, there is DP, there is Wiper. So all these parties have interests. And the interests from each individual political party, in my understanding, going through history, is one, you want to galvanize then your region. Mali kuna ushawishi. Bring the numbers to the table. And like you said earlier, the reason why Rigathi Gachagua was made deputy president is because Ruto saw him and saw numbers compared to Kindiki, correct? So it's a question of what number of votes are you bringing, who are you coming with to the table. But now when you get into an alliance, you get into then a coalition, we are starting to see a situation through these upcoming by-elections, a situation where, for example, there's a contest. You have 2 or 3 individuals who are very, very strong. They have their own numbers. They're coming from 3 different parties. But negotiations then are done behind the doors that, look, let's rally behind this one individual who belongs to a particular party, but then being supported by the united opposition. How much leverage do you extend to the degree that there are parties that will feel slighted, like, look, we also had our own person. This person is equally strong. There are people who actually believe and follow this person. How much leverage do you extend?
Actually, Dennis, that should be celebrated. Actually, people should just stop somewhere where they are and clap for that spirit of united opposition. That actually is a plus. That you can decide you are 10 parties. If you even you have given certificates to people to go and run, but finally you come down. Look at Njeri. People felt very bad when we withdrew our candidate because they wanted us to go and crash, especially the state people. They were very mad that we withdrew. You know, how can you? DCP came in, sorry, can win a seat. You should start with more. But we are saying we are not selfish. It's not about us. It's not about DCP. It's about the common good. Look at what happened in Marava. Everybody was sharpening their knives. And the state was very happy with their candidate of UDA. But what did we do? We are sharper. We are better. We know what happens. We know the story. It's told by Njeri of 1992. Way back when Special Branch literally planted Matiba, printed his posters, and mobilized people with buses so that he can see the people and decide to run against Kibaki. Then Moi got in with the minority. 92, 97. So now that we know, Dennis, we will not fall into that. Please, now that we know. So that's something should be celebrated. And what happens in Marava? We had 2 strong candidates, Seth Panyako, Edieka Busiga, and we came back. We said, what is a win-win? That is a spirit, that is a warm-up, Dennis, for 2027. We are going to see a lot of that.
So the decision is based on what exactly in that instance?
One, the overriding spirit is the issue of united opposition. Number one, that is the spirit. Such that now anything else comes. What do? We have 2 candidates here. Everybody is on the ground. We have 3 weeks to the by-elections. We need to present to the people of Western, of Marava, a united front. What do? Come back, discuss, and everybody is happy. What happens? Panyako wins the seat. Busiega gets to get nominated on DCP after the 2027 elections. Everybody is a winner. Then we go to Kisa East. DAPK withdraws his candidate. DCP for the ward now. Kisa East is a ward, is a by-election there. Then DCP runs. What happens to the guy who withdrew? He is accommodated somewhere. That is what you are going to see going forward, and everybody is happy. And by the way, then nobody is complaining. You get it?
Nobody amongst yourselves.
Nobody among the people who in that deal is complaining. Both parties are not complaining.
Okay.
The candidates are not complaining. That is what you are going to see going forward. The issue of give and take and accommodating every other. That is something should be celebrated.
And let's agree.
Should actually take a moment of silence.
Let's agree.
That was a good thing.
Did you say a moment? I'm sorry. Did you say that we should take a moment of silence and celebrate?
No, let me ask you. Why is that a bad thing? It's a good thing.
No, I just need to clarify that you ask us, the whole nation, to sit.
No, like
a small group of people have made a decision about how the future will affect them, and not necessarily how it will affect 50 million Kenyans. And you need Kenya to take a moment to celebrate that.
Let's balance this discussion.
I need to understand.
Let me be very specific here. Here's a question about how comes we have 2 parties, 2 candidates vying for Marava. I'm giving an example of Marava, right? Then we go back and decide, as united opposition, we are going to vie 1 candidate. That particular act needs to be celebrated, because the other way would have been that all of us go there as united opposition. We have 2-3 parties, then we lose it to UDA. And this is something which you are going to see a lot going forward. But don't allow me, because it's something you had asked, please, so I don't get lost. You asked, so you guys are coming together, all these coalitions, to go and get 140 MPs and senators, for whose interest, for who? Let me just clarify, because I'm very passionate about delivery. So let me tell you, we lost a big opportunity in this government. I was in delivery. We had planned it so well. By second year, the plane ought to have gone to the skies.
Okay.
By that year, people ought to have removed their safety belts and begin moving around. That is by 2025. We lost a golden opportunity. I can tell you this today, that if only 50%, let me put 40, of what,
even take 30,
what we had planned, because what happened was that we went to every minister, told them, guys, Kenyans are very impatient rot. We have a youth badge here. We have all these issues. Industrialization is a mess. Everything. And we came with plans. Every ministry. I was there. We met ministers, we met PSs, and about 100 senior leaders, civil servants. We told them, guys, stop all this. Get us 3 things only from every ministry. 3 major things that can bring up this economy. We went, presented them, and the drama started. If only we did what we... So, what are we getting power for? Because I can tell you for sure, seated here, we are going to get the next government. For what? That's the question we're asking, though. So that we can come back and quickly, no stories, no many stories here of theft of public resources, using public programs for private need. We simply go, and by the way, you not hear stories. We are not coming here with 10 pages, 50 pages, things called manifesto. We are going to be targeted. Is it health? Remove this shaving, get back NHF, upgrade it. Simple. Education system, we are going for which one? Some of these things I'll tell you today, seated here. Though we need only administrative political goodwill to hammer 60% of the problems we have in this country. Only political administrative goodwill. Somebody who believes in themselves, somebody who doesn't think that they are sent by God to come and help to save us from our own problems on this earth. Somebody who doesn't think that they are wiser than everybody else. Once though we can do that, on the first few days, we'll sort over 60%. They just need administrative action and political goodwill. So we are getting power. Why we are doing all this? So that we go get a president who is not inferior. Somebody who let ministers work like the Kibaki era. Somebody can go exercise their mind with the civil servants. Bring programs and projects that are targeted for the people. It is possible. It can be done. We have lost 5 years. We are just dancing around here. Moving around. Nothing. I can tell you this. If you don't do anything by 2.5 years, you cannot deliver anymore. Add it to political toxicity. It's done.
Doc, I was actually saying something to buttress what you're saying. ODM says Western is in stronghold. It has not fielded a candidate in Malava. So let's also see it that way. Because they are working with the UDA, they have not fielded a candidate. For that reason, the united opposition is also looking at it and saying, wait a minute, what does it mean if we keep having different candidates? So there's a balancing act going about that. But I also want to say this on this show. The interests that are on the ballot have nothing to do with the interests of Kenyans.
Exactly.
That is the fact. Right now.
Finally.
Wait. Let me make my point. Don't worry, I'm making my point. Right now, the university sector is in a mess.
If we started to list the things,
education sector, from primary to university, is in a mess. The health sector is in a mess. I don't know where the economy is, because I'm told Mbadi has stabilized things. I don't feel it. Now, the unfortunate thing is this, and I hear where it's coming from, is that we are off the script. And for that reason, this is not the time to ask in Malava whether we're on the script. The script in Malava is simple. What is the best thing to do for now? Find a united position against this. Yeah. So that's okay. But back to where we are. Is 2027, and maybe that's where they are going to have the interests of Kenyans in mind as we go into that election. Of course, the issue also is, what does an average Kenyan want? And how is that Kenyan going to express themselves in 2027?
And how are they going to get what they want?
In part, I agreed when Baba decided to go to this broad-based government, because there was a statement he was saying. He said, look, I have come with values. I have told you what I want. You have said no. So why don't I also join what you guys seem to like, which is this one? So he says, okay, let me also work with this government. It's yours. Let me also work with it. And then they start telling him, oh, you see what? So at the end of the day, we have to look at it that way, that where is the Kenyan? And what is the Kenyan likely to be doing? And this is what the point is making. And let me say, when you look at the mountain, for example, are they voting with their interests in mind, or are they just voting individuals? And I can tell you, they are voting with their interests in mind. And generally, blocks come on the table to represent their interests. Who represents the Kenyan interest? That's another question.
And that's what is going to form my next question, because here we are jostling for power. We will team up with this team just so we get to power. But Kenyans are equally speaking, and some of our listeners as well who are following up are saying Kenyans 2027 are voting for good governance. They're not voting for parties. They're voting for good governance, those who will come and change their situation. So even as political parties work things around, are they working things around with the mind of what Kenyans want, or what it is they want to achieve? Because one will tell you that today we find ourselves in the mess that we are today, if that's the correct word to use, the mess we are today, because of what Rigathi Gachagua did to put William Ruto in government. The first years of the Kenya Kwanza administration, Rigathi Gachagua was squarely there. And he says he was duped. What stops him from being duped again? Why would Kenyans trust him that he would not be duped again? Why would Kenyans trust that he has their best interests in heart?
Let me say this, and this to me is the point, that Kenyans are looking for people they can trust, whose word they can take to the bank. And they think and remember Kibaki. He never spoke much, but he just focused on the economy, and it worked for people. The Gen Zs that are giving us the democracy today and demanding accountability are the products of Kibaki's universal free education. So we are, with that one we are harvesting. We can kill them, but their spirit, we can't do away with it. Now, having said that, what Kenyans are also clear about is that, and I want to give an example, and I want to credit this some of these thinkers in Kenya Kwanza. The idea of beta, the bottom-up economy, resonated with the Kenyan. They saw the message, and actually they voted for the message. What they were not sure about is that the message and the messenger were aligned with them. The bottom-up is not a bad program. It makes sense. If you do it, it makes sense to everybody, because you are saying that you want to work and uplift the bottom so that everybody is a player in the economy. The problem is what happened between the talking and the action, and what has happened from the text. Now we are being told of 4 trillion, infrastructure. That is a far cry from the bottom-up strategy. So what happened in 3 years to bring up this somersault? It is whether we can trust, whether we can believe, and whether we can again have confidence that what we're being told will be done.
I think to answer your question, this is what I think. Of course, Doc. There's an argument you have put that Baba thought you voted this government, it's your government, then I'll come and help you. Okay, well that argument is subject to further discussion, because then if you don't believe in something, you don't come to it because it's in the government. That's another story altogether. And but I would say this, Dennis, people are voting for good governance. I agree. I just said it. People want a working government. People want a government where systems and processes and procedures are out to work. Not to kill the constitution, kill systems, kill processes. That is a fact. But you've just said something. And what do Kenyans want? Things I've stated here. Every government in the world is elected to do 3 things. Only, basically. Health, education, and security. Basically. These things about water and roads comes after. But those are the 3 basic things. Where we are at right now, so if you walk out here, everybody has issues with the 3 issues. People are being killed, we read a lot of movies from Uganda, of course, Tanzania, you see, 160 young people killed, buried, we don't know how numbers now in Tanzania, all these bad manners. But then I can tell you this, Dennis, we will not keep on talking here that like the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua was duped. Now, it's not him that was duped. It is the Kenyan people. Because the marketer, the PR guy, came with he used to talk like 5 minutes talking about how young people get jobs. So, who duped who? It is him who duped Kenyans. Yeah, it's him who duped Kenyans.
And Gachagua is a Kenyan, so he was also duped.
That is it. Exactly. All of us, many people are duped. So, look here. Why concentrate on the person who duped others with saying something? Let me tell you something. Nothing changes. You cannot change a human being. He knew that I must come up with something, market so badly, then I would not do it. When I get to power, I will accumulate wealth. For example, power. I will accumulate. I will try to get everything. So he knew. So it is him who should be calling out for duping Kenyans. It's not the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. And by the way, people came out, he was a first-time MP and all that. Listen, the moment you ascend to become a deputy president, you go there. I mean, there were other many people who didn't make it. You get there, and then you're already in a position where you can say other things. So that's why we said in a year or 2, God was able to expose him. We are now building another party, another movement. One, consolidate, your strength. Go make friends and build a movement that is going to transform. I can tell you, they seated here. We sit in strategy on DCP and the official opposition. I can tell you, we have heard the cry of the people. We know what Kenyans want, not many stories. Anybody who is interested with making money and what I call primitive accumulation of wealth, they can go to another place. It's going to be done. This dream will not be deferred again. 2027 is clear. We know. We are very clear. But one thing I'm not going to tell you with Dennis here. Or every time you are being asked, what is your agenda? We have clear, not just agenda 10 issues. We know what Kenyans want. It's very simple. We were part of this thing of coming up with these manifestos. We know it's just sitting down and just agreeing. Coffee reforms, milk, sugarcane, cotton. We know. Everybody knows what needs to be done. One day I'll sit somewhere and the president said that he wants a goat to be slaughtered one day, and then he's going to wear a shoe made out of Kenyan, hide and skin. It's now here. But Doc also, let me tell you something. What Kenyans feel. That Lao was supposed to come and join that movement of trying to light things. But again, politics being politics, Rigathi, for him to exist, Rigathi had to go, all these kind of things. Here we are now. Why are we going to go back there? Remember, Ruto was going for Azimio. He was going for Raida for the 6 million votes. Right now, he just left with ODM, shrinking every day. Remember, Western is out. That's why you cannot find. He buys ANC. So Njeri was INC candidate. Now there's nobody in opposition in serious. But then how comes? Let me ask you: when did Western become a stronghold of UDA? Since which year? Like how? Now, and Western goes for opposition every day, any day. They never vote for government. Is out. Kisii is out. Masai nation is out, Kamba nation is out, a lot of coast is out. We are taking all this. So finally, what is this that Ruto went to bargain with from ODM? Just left with the Luo Nyanza, which Baba, when he was vying, 66% was a turnout in Luo Nyanza. 66%. Now, as we were free, we were ready even to do away with it, because we are saying even if he was to support Ruto, he would get only about 30% turnout in Luo Nyanza. We are good. We have Millennial, we have Gen Z, we have Akina Babu. Look at how Kalonzo was celebrated in Bondo. Look at how Sifuna was celebrated in Bondo. That is the future of this country.
So we're back to the tyranny of numbers.
Back to the numbers.
I have no problem with that.
Our time is going up, but I mean, in terms of that last question, then, Dr. Lo. So, would it be fair of us to say that the numbers and the dominance is what is being fought for, and that there is no full appreciation of what Kenyans really want?
Again, we need to be on record. Democracy is not a game of quality. Democracy is a game of quantity. The majority take it. And that if you want to win an election, you must mobilize numbers. So that is absolutely important. I want to agree with the doctor here that the game has changed with the exit of Baba. It's not just going to take ODM. No. The spirit of ODM left with Baba. So when you do that, it means that even they in opposition are free to walk and ask to be supported wherever Baba was. And essentially, Baba's spirit is with the opposition, and you know it. So go get it, because you know what he stood for, you know what values that he cared about, which are not likely to be promoted by this government. They're not being. So his time has come. He's gone. Politics still here, and we must talk politics in a different way. So yes, 2027 is coming. The group that organizes better, mobilizes better, protects the vote, and puts the right message to the people will have their say. Of course, we must agree that being an incumbent is going up a hill. Yes. No, it has an advantage, but you start by going up a hill, because people already know you, people know where you've come, so convincing is more difficult. It's easier to convince when you're outside, even when you are inside, because remember the president used to be deputy president, but he would speak like an oppositionist, and people believed him. Now it's easier for people outside government to convince the voter than those inside. So he has to work harder, and the opposition also has to work harder, but the opportunities are open for Kenyans to benefit.
Interesting times indeed. Dr. Peter Mbai is the Secretary Planning and Economic Affairs, DCP, and Dr. Martin Olo, Advocate and Political Analyst. Thank you for being here this hour. Interesting times ahead indeed. We'll take a break now, and we'll look into Sudan after 9. Good morning.
Perfect.
It is now 9 a.m. with ICEA Lion. Insurance and investment made simple for people like you, courtesy of ICEA Lion.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Tanzania's main opposition party, Chadema, has appealed to the ICC to urgently conduct an independent investigation into killings allegedly committed by President Samia Suluhu Hassan's administration against Tanzanians. It comes as President Samia prepares to be sworn in this morning in Dodoma after she was declared winner of last week's election, which was marred by deadly protests. In a statement on Sunday, Chadema alleged that police were moving around hospitals to collect the bodies of those killed during the demos with the intention of erasing evidence and statistics. The party condemned what it described as the unnecessary use of force by the security organs and called on the government to immediately restore internet services. Meanwhile, human rights defenders led by PLP leader Martha Karua sounded the alarm over what they describe as a state-sanctioned massacre in Tanzania, accusing neighboring governments of aiding or turning a blind eye to the violence during the country's general election.
I don't think it is fair at all to ask us to verify numbers while we are seated in Kenya and in a blackout. But the reliable numbers from Chadema from their own statement is 700 and counting. And I would believe them because President Samia's government is not giving any information. But Tanzania must be held accountable.
We first of all must give voice to victims. We must allow them to say what has happened to them. And what they are saying has happened to them is that they've been shot, they've been injured, they've been killed, they've been violated.
Rescue efforts are continuing in Chesongoch, Elgeyo Marakwet County, as over 20 people remain missing following Friday's devastating landslides. Government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura announced that a multi-agency team, including the military, police, National Youth Service, Kenya Red Cross and the National Disaster Operations Center, was leading the search, rescue and evacuation operations from the Eldoret airstrip, which was converted into a command center. Mwaura said the government had distributed hundreds of bags of rice, beans, blankets, mattresses, soaps and sanitary towels to the victims. Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen announced that the death toll had reached 26 as rescue and recovery efforts continued.
Pia tumeambiwa ya kwamba watu 25 bado wamepotea na watu 26 ni wale ambao wamepelekwa kutibiwa hospitali. Hii helikopta ya polisi na helikopta ya army itabaki hapa kusaidia kuhakikisha chakula imefika na kuhakikisha for any emergency yenye iko mpaka tuone kwamba barabara imefunguka inaweza kufikisha chakula.
At the same time, Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruku announced that the government will fully cater for hospital and burial expenses for victims of the mudslide tragedy.
Those who have been injured, the government of Kenya is going to pay all the hospital bills. The government of Kenya is going to stand with all these families who are grieving at the moment to ensure we have a proper and decent send-off.
The mudslide buried homes and destroyed livelihoods as it displaced at least 200 families. This man was asleep when the disaster struck.
Ndio sasa mambo ilianza kubadilika, tukaanza kusikia mgurumo, na ndio baada hivyo kuna mwenye ambaye tunaishi naye pale akarudi akatuamsha. Ilikuwa saa 7 ya usiku. Alipotuamsha saa 7 ya usiku, hiyo kitu ikawa imetulia. Tena muda kidogo kuanzia mwendo wa saa 8 tena akapiga, sasa ndio akaanza kupiga nduru. Akatuambia jameni, amkeni. Ndio hiyo mambo imeharibika.
Donald Trump has played down the possibility of a U.S. war with Venezuela, but suggested Nicolas Maduro's days as the country's president are numbered. Asked if the U.S. was going to war against Venezuela, the U.S. president told CBS's 60 Minutes, "I doubt it. I don't think so, but they've been treating us very badly." His comments come as the U.S. continues to launch strikes on alleged drug smuggling boats in the Caribbean. The Trump administration says the strikes are necessary to stem the flow of drugs into the U.S. Trump rejected suggestions that the U.S. action was not about stopping narcotics, but aimed at ousting Maduro, a longtime Trump opponent, saying it was about many things. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice. When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
11 minutes after 9 o'clock, and our conversation continues this morning as we continue looking into conversations, issues that matter. And even as we do that, you've got to have a plan, haven't you, Mr. Okari?
Oh, yes, because life comes in stages. And in stages meaning that there was a point, you remember, you got your first job or your first business deal, your first investment, maybe even your first child, you know. And then one day you're thinking, okay, at some point I'm going to retire. And the kind of legacy you're going to leave behind, those are the questions that you're thinking about and you want to plan around. So wherever you are in life, ICEA Lion has a plan for you, from saving in a money market fund to securing your family's future with insurance. Because planning ahead isn't just for some. Planning is for everyone. So ICEA Lion helping you protect, grow, and plan for life's every stage.
Indeed. And unfortunately, when we look into the region, there are too many things going too many different directions in too many places. And we're going to have a conversation this morning. Our outlook is Sudan, but we can't run away from the import of the conversation and the happenings in Tanzania this morning. We're going to get into that, and joining us to be able to do that is Dr. Kenneth Ombongi, who is an Associate Dean, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, University of Nairobi, and he's here this morning. Good morning, Dr.
Morning, Ndu, and the rest of your colleagues. Morning.
Morning.
It's a cool morning.
It is.
And it looks like it's warm in here because you are always spicing it up. Yeah.
I mean, and that's the thing. And we're never lost for stuff to spice it up with, I guess. Yeah. And this morning is not like, I mean, is like none other, because there's too many things going on. We look beyond the borders of Kenya, and many would say even still within the borders of Kenya, because whichever you look at it, that Tanzania just to the, the southeast, and Sudan to the north, things are blowing up. Things have been blowing up in Sudan for a while, and now we see that hundreds of thousands of people having died, injured, fled. And also Tanzania, we are seeing that the numbers looking like 1,000, many say a lot more than 1,000 having died. And we want to look into both of these countries, as we'll continue to do. Let's start with Tanzania. They say that things that happen in present day are as a result of history. But before we do that, I'd like us to hear from Dennis, who's taken us to a different country this week.
We are in Mauritania now. It is a country whose about 2/3 is desert or semi-desert, which forms part of the Sahara. And the Senegal River forms the country's southern boundary, and it's the main source of water for farming. So when we talk about some of the things that pushes its economy, they mine iron ore, fishing and livestock, which then continues to push the country's economy. But the problem we get today, the camel does not see the crookedness of its own neck. How would you interpret that?
The camel does not
see the crookedness of its own neck.
The crookedness of its own neck. This is a wonderful one. It's very interesting that you have gone all the way like the city used to do to bring it forth. But we have an equivalent one in our own Swahili language here in Eastern Africa, which I'm sure you remember your high school days, Nyani aoni Kundule. What that means and the understanding there is that every so often we don't see the shortcomings within ourselves. It's very easy to see the weaknesses, the bad things, the issues that are affecting the other person, the other country, and many other places. So it is urging us that sometimes, lest we forget, we need also to look inside. The good book. The Bible says, before you talk about the speck in another person's eye, please remember there's a log in your own. And, Ndu talked about Tanzania as a beginning point. Perhaps this proverb, this saying, applies to them. For quite a while now, Her Excellency President Samia Suluhu has actually pointed fingers to Kenya as the trouble spot of Eastern Africa, basically saying that the sick man, so to speak, of Eastern Africa is actually Kenya, and seeing all trouble, all problems, all chaos in Kenya. And even something small happening in Tanzania, he attributes it to influence from these bad people, these bad boys and girls from Kenya, to use our word, wanatiririka kuja kwa nchi yetu. I think perhaps she concentrated so much on Kenyaphobia, and she forgot that they have their own problem. And we could very appropriately say nyani aone kundule anaona ya mwenzake. That's actually the meaning of that proverb, using the figurative of a camel, because camels are common in those desert lands. And back here we have more apes and the baboons and the monkeys. Yeah.
So if we look at the problem, and we can start with Tanzania, because, perhaps one would say that there's a lot more intricacy in the Sudan conflict, but in Tanzania, would it be a full power of us to say that it is as a result of this election, it is as a result of the Suluhu presidency that has gotten Tanzanians to the point whereby they are frustrated with the status quo, or has this been brewing pre-Suluhu?
I think what President Samia Suluhu has done is simply to add fuel into already burning fire, almost literally. You see, historically, Tanzania has been a one-party state for the last 60 years. There is a semblance of plural politics. But what has come in as opposition parties are actually fairly insignificant outfits which do not make any meaning. So Tanzania has been under CCM, Chama cha Mapinduzi, since the days of Nyerere. Now, what has happened in subsequent years is that a number of leaders are built around the reputation of Mwalimu, and many of them literally learned from that legendary African leader, a thinker. I think Mwalimu, of all the founding fathers of Africa, he was more of a philosopher than a politician, sharing, I think, those credentials with probably Seda Senghor of Senegal. And we read Nyerere even up to today. If you look at the men who succeeded him, they were very keen students of Nyerere, and they continued his legacy of creating, a nation out of a political entity that was, disintegrated by colonialism. Actually, in the region, Nyerere was the only one of the founding presidents of Eastern Africa who managed to create a semblance of a nation out of a colonial state. He did very well in that, and perhaps forgot that he also needed to fix the economics of the country. But since then, he gave Tanzanians what people in the region do not have. That is a feeling of being Tanzanian, a feeling of belonging, an identity that he galvanized around the African language, Kiswahili. The Tanzanians, for all practical purposes, actually speak much better Swahili than Kenyans, than Ugandans, and even much far better than Congolese, for that matter. So, but if you look at in subsequent periods, from Mwinyi to Kikwete, I mean from Mwinyi to Mukaba, and then Kikwete, Tanzania had increasingly become a very monolithic, political system, dominated by CCM. If I may use the Kenyan political language, CCM became Baba na Mama, like our KANU of yore. And they really, some of these leaders forgot that there were certain things, and change was increasingly becoming inevitable. Because of that presumption, in my view, they got into complacency. And gradually, particularly during the time of Magufuli, starts with Kikwete, but Kikwete seems to have been more politically savvy and more discreet and more, laid back. But things came to the fore during Magavuli's time. Openly, autocratic, if you may want to put it that way, and many things that made Tanzania what it was, relations with the neighboring countries and all that. President Magufuli was fairly confrontational. And when Suluhu comes in, when Magufuli leaves the scene due to biology, presidents in Africa, they are changed either by the ballot or the barracks or biology. Magufuli biology took its course, and in comes Suluhu. Now, there are a number of dynamics, in my view, that happened that made the situation untenable for this great lady of Eastern Africa. In fact, a pioneer female president in this region. And we had a lot of expectations out of her. One is she couldn't quite hold the country together the way Magufuli used to do. Magufuli was autocratic, but a populist. He was very dictatorial, but spoke to the girl. He created this perception of being pro the small man and the small woman right in the villages, and it traversed that country from left, right, center, to the south, to the north, to the east, talking the language of the ordinary person. And thanks to him, he felt like finally the savior of Tanzania has arrived to protect us against foreign interests, to build our country, and all that. He talks about the rhetoric of getting rid of the West, but then again he impresses in some ways some Chinese influence, and talks the language of building the nation using our taxes. In comes this lady. She didn't have the language of Magufuli. Mm-hmm. She didn't play to the galley like Magufuli did, and it was bound to explode. So the implosion we are seeing is actually not of our own making. She only, as I said in the beginning of my conversation, literally added fuel into already burning fire. Things were changing in Tanzania. The young were increasingly feeling suffocated. But Magufuli did not give room for that to come out. Mm. When the weakness appeared in the name of Suluhu, and I'm not saying women are weak, but she didn't have the character, the powerful, forceful, overly autocratic character of Magufuli. By the time she realized that things were going in control, and she started to get in control, then she lost it.
But we still see, and whether it's conjecture or that it actually is the case, that we see forced disappearances under Samia Suluhu, whether they be journalists, whether they be priests, some people who just disappear and are actually killed. And that, yes, where she was focusing on the economy, external, whereby Magufuli went insular, she went external. But still, we see, claims of human rights abuses, forced disappearances of individuals, social justice progression that essentially had gone down the drain. It was, of course, we heard with Tundu Lissu and the likes that the degradation of social justice and things like electoral reform started to be called on during JPM's time, but then were exacerbated during Suluhu's. Is this what you're talking about, that all she did was pour fuel on the fire that was already burning? In
a sense, yes. What I simply mean is that the things had started going south during Magavuli's time. But due to the strong personality and very populist demeanor on the part of President Magufuli, we couldn't see this. Tanzania's political space was increasingly becoming narrow with Magufuli. Foreign journalists, I'm sure you know that better than I do, were a target. Regional, neighbors like Kenya and the rest faced the wrath of the president, and he could openly talk down to us. This is what the lady continued. But what Magufuli had that she didn't have is that strong control of situations and speaking to the ordinary people. That is where I think she lost it, but she was in fairly what I see as a sinking ship, if you want to use that characterization of the situation in Tanzania, which is, of course, a very clear indication to us that for far too long we had thought that it would not happen in Tanzania because of their demeanor. In Kenyan circles, we have even used Tanzania as a good example and Kenya as a bad example.
She's used Kenya as an example of
a bad one. Yeah. A bad one. But in Kenya, we use Tanzania as a good example. I remember our late Prime Minister one time giving an example of the Tanzania police who tell you, naomba nikushike. And then mnatembea na yeye kwenda kwa station. That is the Tanzania that we knew on the first third. But then internally, things were simmering. People were feeling the heat of the autocratic tendencies that were beginning to take root from actually Kikwete. I said Kikwete, President Kikwete was somehow a very smooth operator. a good student of Nyerere, but a very smooth operator, so to speak. But then this lady lost it because she could not have the firm control. And then when probably she was egged on to be firm and tough, it became too open to sustain. But all these cases that we have seen in our time started from Magavuli's time, control of the political space, very, very, very strong reaction to opposition leadership, hostility towards the neighboring countries, and looking more inside. He had that, capacity to keep the country going. Our problem was lacking those credentials, because I think part of the reason why Suluhu was chosen to be vice president is the reasons why vice presidents survive in Eastern Africa. You have to be meek and loyal and obedient, and malleable at the same time. Need to be used by the boss. And the strong Magavuli needed the weak Suluhu, to survive. But when tables turned, thanks to biology, then the missing Magavuli in the scene let the cat out of the basket.
Doc, even as we talk about Tanzania, you realize there is silence from neighboring countries. You talk about Kenya, the president has not spoken. You go to Uganda, East Africa is quiet. We know we've had congratulatory messages from African Union chairperson, but generally the African Union is silent. What message does that send?
Well, it's a very clear message. I think many leaders of the region are deliberately silent. Not necessarily to send a message to Suluhu, but to control things internally. Because there is a very high chance that what has happened in Tanzania is likely to happen. And I'm a historian, as I say always, we don't look forward, we look backwards. But then the further back you look, the further forward you see. That is Churchill, who said that, not me. Winston Churchill was once a wartime British Prime Minister, for our viewers who may not be historians like some of us. This is tactical on the part of the leaders of the region. You don't expect our president, to criticize or congratulate Suluhu when he himself is actually living in a glass house. So he can't throw stones. So he can't congratulate her, because it will be like Kenyans are very clear that what Mama Suluhu is doing in Tanzania is not right. He is known to have deported Kenyans from Tanzania, the activists, who he said are causing trouble. They have caused enough trouble back in their home, and they are exporting it to Tanzania. For our president to congratulate her, it will mean that he will invite trouble for himself at home. So you better maintain tactical silence in those diplomatic circles. Then the other dimension to it is it's really a catch-22, because the world is saying things are going wrong in Tanzania. Look at the backlash that faced the chairman of the African Union Commission when he congratulated Madame Suluhu. People even did not read further. He issued a statement congratulating her first, and then he was very cautious by saying things are not right, and the warring parties in Tanzania need to come together and find a sustainable solution for their governance. Nobody saw that. They only saw congratulations, and you can see
that was enough.
You can see the backlash. So no one wants to take the risk, whether it is old Mzee Yoweri Kaguta Museveni or Salva Kiir, who is having his own challenges on the other side, or even Tshisekedi in DRC, even up here in Somalia. One thing we have failed to appreciate, and I tweeted about this, in countries that have 60% youth in our population, who are jobless, restless, and educated, like in Kenya, we are sitting on a time bomb. So any slightest mistake will actually set us ablaze. So what we need to do, and the leaders of this region, is that they need to learn a lesson from Tanzania, to learn to listen to their young people. Because the capacity they have, and we have seen this not just from Africa, but also from elsewhere. You've seen what has gone on in Nepal, in South Asia. You've seen what's gone on in Madagascar, in Morocco, and elsewhere. Is that we need to learn to listen to the young people of this continent, to the young people of this world. It's actually not confined to Africa. You go to the UK, you go to the United States.
Yep.
The youth are restless, and they are saying haki yetu. So our presidents are just being cautious because of internal issues more than actually international relations of the region. So tactical silence is a better option for foreign policy for now in the region.
For now, it may not work in the very soon future.
It may not work because Tanzania's case has demonstrated that no country is completely insular to violence. And also no country is assured of perpetual peace. Because we never thought Tanzanians are capable of burning houses and throwing stones like the bad Kenyans.
Indeed.
But now we know that they are capable of doing that.
Indeed.
And from what we have learned in the political history of our own country, Kenya, once it starts, it never stops. You can take that to the bank. And it's 9 o'clock, banks have opened.
There you go, Doc. And even as we do that, even as we have this conversation, hundreds of thousands of Sudanese nationals are making their way into Kenya seeking refuge. This is because of the conflict. It's beyond a conflict now. In those circles, humanitarian law, we say now it is war that is happening in Sudan. People are dying. The numbers we're looking at now, the numbers of people who were killed in the Rwandese genocide pale in comparison to what is happening in Sudan. Walk us through this.
The Sudanese situation, and we are really looking at what is essentially called the Republic of Sudan, as opposed to South Sudan. When I was here last, we were talking about South Sudan. And our Prime Minister had just been appointed by the President of Kenya to go and negotiate with his brothers, Salva Kiir and Riek Machar. Let's go to Sudan. That's the Republic of Sudan, Khartoum, not Jubaland. Not Juba. And you can only understand the situation in Sudan if you understand the history of that country. Sometimes I pity some people in some circles in the country who are tempted to think that history is memorizing the names of people who have died and when they died, without knowing that even the wise Solomon of all Israel said there's nothing new under the sky. Everything is historical. Tell me what you have done in your own life, in the way you look and in what you do that is new. Nothing really. So when you look back, you begin to understand yourself. That's why the motto of our Department of History and Archaeology is know thy history, know thyself. That's our motto in the department where I work before I became dean, but I still teach my students. So back to Sudan, the roots of the crisis we are seeing are deep. Back to the colonial days in Sudan. And as historians, when we say this, people say, oh, you are blaming everything on the
colonialists.
No. The problem begins when the Egyptians and the British really subdue Sudan and create a joint venture, which we loosely call a condominium, in 1899. That rules Sudan up to 1956 and purportedly gives independence. The problem starts that the colonialists, the British were running the show. The Egyptians were brought in for basically cosmetic reasons and diplomatic reasons, because Sudan was to be controlled because of the British interests in Egypt. So they rule Sudan using the traditional British policy of divide and rule. And Sudan was divided racially, and also geographically, the south and the north. The north was predominantly, under Arab influence. They got the better part of the colonial goodies in terms of infrastructure, in terms of education, and the south was actually forgotten, literally, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of opening up the place to education, healthcare, and name it. By the time Sudan was, quote unquote, gaining independence, Sudan was a country of two nations under one state. The nations with different identities, mutual suspicion, and potential political power struggle. The North and the South. So those were two nations, but under one state.
Right.
And I guess we know the distinctions between the state and the nation, So with that, then problems begin. Just before they hand over the country to the locals, a year before, a civil war began. The history of the Anyanya is very well known. The civil war begins. It runs all the way until 1971. They agree on some way, and Sudan got a semblance of peace. That did not last. 1983, Garang and his team say enough is enough. We carry guns and go to the bush and fight. Right. This goes on until we see the negotiations led by Kenya then in 2005, and Sudan gains independence in 2011. They successfully secede from North Sudan. The secession of South Sudan did not end the problems of what now could become the Republic of Sudan.
Okay.
Because the history of elite hostilities, the history of marginalized groups, they were not just the South. The Nuba, the people of the Nuba region, the Blue Nile region, the Darfur now that we are talking about, who are actually basically African communities, as opposed to the Arabized elites of Khartoum. They had their own historical grievances. So, secession did not solve the problem, but it created a chance for the Republic of Sudan now to settle their own scores among the elites, and that is where trouble begins. When trouble begins, what the government did under Omar al-Bashir is increasingly lose control of Sudan. And they decided to control it using militia groups. This has happened in many ungoverned spaces in Africa. What political elites do is that they co-opt militia groups to fight for them. That is how the Janjaweed actually came up under the current leader of RSF, that is the Rapid Support Force, Hemedit. Yes. That's how he emerges. Because he was kind of recruited, equipped, and financed by Khartoum to control the African communities in Darfur, to be under the control and suzerainty of the Khartoum government under al-Bashir. Now, al-Bashir did not hold on for long, until the increasingly militarized situation in Sudan gets rid of al-Bashir through a military coup and brings the scene the man now, General al-Burhani. Now, Ali Burhani went into what we can now see from his perspective, could be an unholy alliance with Hemedit. He changed, he rebaptized them, from the Janjaweed militia into a paramilitary unit now they are calling the Rapid Support Force. Al-Basil was actually toppled. He leaves the scene. But when it came to a decision as to who is going to rule, the two couldn't agree. While they agreed that Al-Basil was a problem, they couldn't agree who among themselves who is going to rule. Then Hemedit becomes part of the transitional arrangement, and things went out of control in 2023 when the two groups started fighting.
And even when the two groups start fighting, the war continues to rage on, and something happens. Kenya finds itself in the amidst all that. We see RSF forces in Nairobi, and in the diplomatic circles, Kenya is seen to be harboring the Rapid Support Forces who are causing chaos in the country. And even later now, weapons are allegedly coming from Kenya is found in the hands of RSF. Just what kind of diplomatic tiff or bad place does Kenya find itself with regard to the ongoing war where hundreds of thousands of Sudanese are being killed?
We'll probably come to that in a bit because countries in the region have their own interests in Sudan. Whether you're talking about Kenya, you're talking about Uganda, you're talking about Ethiopia. Maybe let me finish this narrative so that we tease out some arguments out of it. Then when they differ and then start war, the guns go into duty in 2023, that is when things go out of control because what looked like some kind of, somehow subdued conflict confined to Khartoum starts to spread out. And now it is the struggle for, power, territory, and control. Power, territory, and control. What you call in history PTC. When groups begin to fight for power, begins to fight for control of territory, begins to fight for control. That is a perfect civil war when it happens within a country. The RSF starts now, demarcating what one could call spheres of influence around the country. And that is what has led them to cause the mayhem that is being witnessed in Darfur region, the Nuba Mountains, and the rest of the areas where they have come so heavily against very specific ethnic groups. The Masaliti group, the Sagawa group, and also the Ful group. And that's where people are thinking that any philosophy that is targeted on a particular group, then it moves from a civil war where groups are struggling for PTC. You remember what I call PTC? Power, territory, and control, into a genocide. Where the target is to exterminate certain groups and get rid of them almost completely.
In order to gain power, territory, and control.
In order to gain power, territory. That is genocide. Now, come back to your question, Dennis. The awkward situation that Kenya finds itself in the region. You see, the militia groups fighting in Sudan, just like elsewhere in the continent, are kept in place by strong business interests. Hemedit is, mines, gold, and all these interests, partly to keep themselves going and to get their supplies in terms of weaponry that they use, and also to be rich. Militia groups don't fight necessarily to liberate, although some of them can run on the clarion call of liberating our people, liberating our country. But there are strong business interests. Actually, we call it the political economy of war, or what we loosely call markets of war. There are people benefiting. There are people profiteering in this war situation. And I have a suspicion, and this is conjecture now, that that's where we find ourselves. There's a possibility that a few of us within the political establishment in the country are having commercial links with some of the top members of RSF. That is rumor on the corridors of politics, but I'm sure with time there will emerge some evidence. Now, Kenya finds itself in a very awkward situation in what we dealt with as probably militia groups pursuing economic interests, and a few of us benefiting in one way or the other, and then it has ruined Kenya's foreign policy in the region. In fact, in my view, that is even what undermined the influence of Kenya in being a legitimate peace broker that it has always been in the region.
Right.
And to some extent, our defeat in the chairmanship of African Union Commission on the hands of a small, tiny little country, with the deepest respect to Djibouti, is because of how we played our relations with some of these informal groups in Sudan. Ethiopia has its own interests. Uganda has its own interests. That's why, you remember last time, when the IGAD team said, let's be led by Kenya, the warring parties in Sudan said no. Kenya is not going to be an impartial...
Kenya is already biased.
Kenya is already biased. The same thing happened to us in Democratic Republic of Congo. I said that when I was here last time. And that has weighed heavily on the hegemony that we have previously exercised in the region, unless our foreign policy thinkers go back to the drawing board.
Even as we look at the geographical chess game that's happening here in terms of who's going to, come in or not, the numbers that we're looking at, the United Nations, we heard Antonio Guterres say the other day that this has to stop and that the world has to sit back and take notice. The way an entire UNGA, in September, and not just this September, but the previous one, sat and had conversations about what was happening between Israel and Palestine, Gaza, Hamas and Israel, had conversations whereby there was a special sitting of the General Assembly to discuss the war between Israel and Palestine. That what is happening in Sudan is markedly worse. Markedly worse. There are 300,000 refugees leaving Sudan, interestingly enough, making their way in through and to Kenya, and that the people are dying. And we also know that in these circles, the business of war is not cheap. Somebody is benefiting from the arms that are being used to kill. Somebody is benefiting by keeping boots on the ground for this to happen. It happened in Darfur when we see a previous conflict that happened whereby there was some sort of semblance of a peace treaty then having been upheld. But the world is essentially watching where another genocide is happening on the African continent, and we don't seem to be too bothered about this.
And I've always thought you are a good student of history. If you look back, this is Africa. It is happening in Africa. And if you take a glance to history, you realize that over the years, Africa is treated differently. The same United Nations stood and watched the Rwanda genocide take place, and Rwanda ban. There are so many cases. They sat back and watched the DRC literally break up into pieces. Look at the token efforts that we see in Somalia over the years. So this is Africa. Globally, Africa is treated differently. And that's what history has told us. And that pattern is not likely to change sooner. Part of the reason is that, yes, we have the natural resources. We are a rich continent that is poor. That's true. But we have no political voice in the global political dynamics. We have no political voice in the global political dynamics. And that is the greatest curse of this continent. A small incident in the Middle East between, the Palestinians and the Israelis, if it happened and, a few fatalities happen, it will gain international prominence. The United Nations will stop and listen. Reason is, the strong, very strong influence of Israelis around the globe, including creating what governs in London and Washington and in many other places around the world makes a difference. The point is that the global South, Africa particularly, is actually a second-rate kind of region when it comes to the operations of the international system. And I don't foresee anything better coming out of that. Last time, look at the events under President al-Bashir in Darfur. The only thing we saw is just a token indictment by the EACC, which goes on forever. So I'm not overly surprised with the attitude of different powers, whether it is the European Union, they issue statements and warnings, but that's where it ends. But the idea of putting money where their mouth is will be persistently absent, just like it has been persistently absent historically. Yes.
So do you think, with all this, you almost get a sense of defeat when you're looking at what's happening in the region?
Yes.
So this conflict has been ongoing for some time now.
Yeah.
There have been attempts, at least, to have a ceasefire. They have all failed. The U.S., like you're saying, apart from just condemning the violence and the killings and everything,
and also saying genocide is going on.
Yes. So they will say these things. They will want their citizens not to go to those particular countries. So there was the U.S., Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, and now the African Union are all trying to have a meeting. And often it has failed because the aggrieved parties don't show up. So we saw the African Union reawaken that bid by then turning to Uganda President Yoweri Museveni to come in and help in this situation. We don't know how that's going to pan out. But if you look at negotiating by the process by bringing these leaders together, we've seen in other parts it has failed. In South Sudan, we saw Riek Machar and Salva Kiir being brought together. Those efforts they look like they were working, but then they keep failing. Is there an end to this conflict? Will there be a ceasefire? Because there are people dying every day. And now we're getting an influx of refugees coming into Kenya. A lot are going to Ethiopia and other parts. Last week we were reporting 300,000. That figure could be higher. Is there hope? Is there going to be a ceasefire?
Okari, you see, the obvious answer to your question is what has a beginning will almost naturally have an end. But when you are dealing with an African situation, which is overly African, and I'm using the word in italics, overly African, the world will drag its feet. Look at how many attempts President Trump made to make sure that there is a stop to the carnage that was going on in the Middle East. Look at the amount of force, diplomatically, that was applied to at least get a semblance of some kind of understanding between the people of Gaza and Israel.
Even Russia and Ukraine.
Even look at what they are doing with Russia and Ukraine and all that. So the African situation is going to take quite a while to sort out. What has happened is actually this binary of starts and ends. They start something, it ends before it gives anything meaningful. The Jeddah kind of negotiations that was brokered by the United States and Saudi Arabia did not yield much other than strong statements. So for me, if I may allow the latitude to look forward, it has come to a point where perhaps the African Union needs to rethink its role. But then it becomes very difficult that every time they make an attempt to rethink their role, they cannot even fund it. Look at the situation in Somalia, that it's led by African Union, but the funds are coming from where?
The Americans and Western Europe,
from Washington and Brussels. You see that? That is the head of the EU, in Brussels. So it is one of those things that one could, for now, describe as a catch-22 for the African countries. Unless then we face the issues that are facing Sudan today, the power struggle between the two characters, the two personalities, Ali Burani and his followers, and Ahmedid and his followers, and they begin to see sense that you don't have to exterminate communities because of issues of identity, issues of belonging, and also issues of marginalization. I said a moment ago that African leaders need to learn how to listen to their citizens much better than we have done historically. And I don't know why listening, which is a very simple act, beats all the African political leaders.
It's interesting because it seems to be a problem across board, isn't it?
Yes, and we have failed to move away. When you look at the recent political history of many countries in Africa, is that every time we are at a twilight of a strong man, either the country tries to make attempts for renewal or implodes. That binary of renewal and implosion. In much more recent, if you look at way back, it started with Mobutu Sese Seko. Which year was that? And then Kenya, we had some semblance of transition after Moi, but Moi left us with a fractured country, tension packed, that culminated in the 2007, 2008 post-election violence. It goes to Mubarak in Egypt. You know what happened. It goes to Mugabe. And I don't know why these leaders are all their surnames beginning with M.
There's something there.
And then, of course, Gaddafi is another example. And now al-Bashir. That Sudan is not able to survive the exit of al-Bashir. And that has been a characteristic of African politics, actually, for the last 3 decades, if you look at it, if the examples I gave is anything to go by. Yeah. So we then need to learn, that's a lesson I want to draw from this, that democracy may be the worst of governments, as one great thinker described it, but it has no alternative. So if it is evil, then it's a necessary evil, because it has this dimension that forces you to listen and listen carefully to the people and do something according to the will of the people. As Matiba used to say, let the people decide.
From the beginning of the show today until this point, I think that's the one thing that has come through. Listen to the people. What are people saying? Listen to them. And that is what ends this Situation Room this Monday, the 3rd of November. Dr. Kenneth Ombongi has been here with us this morning. We've been looking into Tanzania and Sudan. Associate Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences at the University of Nairobi. Thank you for being here with us this morning.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be here in the morning. And spicy together with you guys.
Asante, and thank you for starting off November with us in the Situation Room. More conversations continue. Enjoy the rest of you listening. Thank you so much. It's 3 minutes past 10. Good morning.
The The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto has congratulated his Tanzanian counterpart, Samia Suluhu Hassan, on her re-election in the general election that